Good evening and welcome to the January 10th, 2024 meeting of the Lower Merion Board of Commissioners. We have 5 committee meetings tonight. We have a Health Committee meeting, a Library Committee meeting, a Finance Committee meeting, Building and Planning, and Open Space and Township Properties. So in something that certainly should fall under the category of cruel and unusual punishment, our first committee meeting this evening is the Health Committee. And before he's had a chance to observe any committee meeting actually running, we're going to ask one of our new commissioners, Commissioner Rossman, who is the chair of the Health Committee, to lead this meeting. Good luck to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Commissioner Sonner. Thank you.
We may help you in the course of it.
Maybe.
And then maybe not.
Health Advisory Council, I'd like to consider recommendation to the Board of Commissioners, the reappointment of Hillary Nelson to a 4-year term on the Health Advisory Council, such term to expire January 2028, and the appointments of Janet Fleetwood and Elizabeth Lavelle from alternates to members for 4-year terms. Such terms expire January 2028. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Any comments from the public? Any comments from our Zoom link?
Nope, no one has their virtual hand raised.
Any comments from the commissioners? Yes. Gilda?
Yes.
Commissioner.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I had the enormous pleasure of working closely with Hillary Nelson for 2 years when I chaired the Health Committee during the first 2 years of the pandemic. And she is an extraordinary asset to the Health Advisory Council, and I absolutely endorse her reappointment.
Commissioner Churchill?
Commissioner, you stole my thunder. I've also known Hillary Nelson. To keep her on our Health Advisory Council is a real honor and privilege to have people like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? I would like to also make a comment. I've worked on the Health Advisory Council for the last 7 or 8 years, and Hillary Nelson is just beyond. She's such a gem to have, and we're very lucky as township residents to have someone like that advising, mentoring, and directing collective thinking. The 2 other appointees are just terrific. They're hardworking. They're there at every meeting, and we have an incredible Health Advisory Council. So at this point, I'd like to call for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
What was the vote? What was the vote?
Oh, stop.
I'll welcome the vote.
Rookie mistake.
Okay.
It's unanimous.
Okay.
Unanimous, okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Rossman. That was very well done.
Thank you.
And you set the bar high for Commissioner Churchill, who is next with the Library Committee. So I recognize Commissioner Churchill.
Where is he? We have one item on our agenda this evening, and I would just like to read, consider for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners approval of the reappointment of Sarah Dukendock, is that pronounced correctly? Thank you. To the Lower Merion Library System Board of Directors for a 2-year term. Such term to expire in January 2026. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Would any commissioners want to comment on this appointment? Yes, thank you, Vice President Creamer.
Thank you. I would just like to say that Sarah's been a valuable member of the library board, and I know that the staff enjoys working with her and thinks highly of her contributions, and I'm happy to support her in her second round.
Thank you very much. Any other commissioner comments? Any public comments? Seeing none, I will call this for a vote. All those that would approve this appointment, please raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Okay,
That-
thank you.
That concludes the business of the Library Committee.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Churchill. The next committee meeting for this evening is the Finance Committee. I recognize its chair, Commissioner Zoll.
Commissioner Sinai, the bar has been set very high for committee meetings this evening. I don't think I will meet the other two in terms of duration, but we'll try and be efficient. There are 7 items on tonight's Finance Committee meeting. The first is for the committee to consider approving real estate tax duplicate transfers to the county. To explain that further is our Chief Financial Officer, Eric Trout.
Thank you, Commissioner. So this is an annual item that you see each January to be completed in accordance with the First-Class Township Code. Our budget for our total assessed value was roughly $8.4 million above where the final assessed value from the county came in. Well, that sounds like a lot. That's still within 0.1%. What this means is what we expect is roughly about $34,000 less in property tax revenue compared to what we had originally budgeted. That's really not a concern from a financial perspective because, as you'll be seeing over the coming months, we had a really strong end to the 2023 calendar year from a revenue perspective. So this very minor shortfall in the scope of our budget will not be something that matters really in the end. The assessed value growth that you see is much lower than we've had in the previous years. As we spoke about during the budget process, one of the things that we had happen is we had several very large demolitions occur in the township prior to basically reconstruction, reinvestment. But once a demolition occurs from an assessment perspective, the overall assessed value of a large commercial property is significantly lower. So while we're just in this period, those values are, the assessed values do take a hit. We had reductions of well over $10 million due to demolitions just in a couple of months earlier this year. Once those projects are completed and construction is completed, we would expect those assessed values to raise up again and be in excess of where they were previously. So this isn't, while the percentage increase is much lower, it's not a concern like we had in 2010 to 2012 when we had assessed value drop much more significantly over a 3-year period. We consider this to be an overall small blip on the overall trajectory of the township's tax base, and we recommend moving forward with this approval. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Eric. Do any members of the committee have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, do any members of the public in the room or online have any questions or comments?
No.
Okay, seeing none, I'll move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval authorizing the proper township officers to transmit to the tax collector the 2024 duplicate of the assessment of township taxes at the rate of 4.19 mils, together with their warrant for collection pursuant to Section 1712 of the First Class Township Code. Do I have a second? I do, from Vice President Kramer. The motion's been made and seconded. All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Madam Secretary, that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Second item for tonight's Finance Committee agenda is for the committee to consider a resolution. This is a resolution for our volunteer fire companies. Eric, can you tell us more about this?
Yeah, so this is another annual January item to formally approve the various payments to the township's volunteer fire companies as approved as part of the 2024 budget. You have the resolution before you. So all 6 fire companies receive the same allocation amount. Also receive reimbursement for workers' compensation and some other expenses. Kind of it's an annual housekeeping item, but something that we do need to do, and we have some of our volunteers, it looks like, in attendance today, and thank them for their service, and hopefully this helps them continue to operate the volunteer fire companies in a safe and efficient manner, which helps us all. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Eric. We do support our 6 volunteer fire companies. We choose to do so in an equal amount in an annual budget allocation, which we just approved last month. And we have 6 volunteer fire companies who protect our lives and our property, and for which we are very grateful. Do any members of the committee have any questions or comments? Commissioner Bernheim.
Funny you should ask. First, I join in your nice statements about our fire service and all of the volunteers and full-time firefighters that make up the fire department. In this resolution, I have an amendment that I would like to make to it, if I may. And if you take a look at the paragraph about halfway down the page that starts with resolved further, the amendment I'm going to make comes in the 3rd line, so it will read as follows. Resolve further that the township manager is hereby directed to make payments of such amounts as stated above in usual course, provided the respective company shall comply with and observe all of the requirements of the Board of Commissioners of the Township of Lower Merion, including but not limited to the memorandum of understanding with each fire company. It is that last clause which is that which I seek to add to this resolution. So procedurally, I don't know if you even moved it.
I haven't moved it, so when I do, I'll include that. It's my intention to include what you proposed.
Thank you.
So do you want to explain?
I'd be glad to. So while the clause itself may be a drop redundant from that which is already stated, that the requirements of the Board of the Commissioners of the Township of Lower Merion need be met in order for the funds to be dispersed, we most recently, after a period of time, had each of the fire companies execute something which should have been in existence for a long period of time, and many of the fire companies worked hard in order to get a memorandum of understanding between each fire company and the township set forth in writing. So the purpose of this addition is to clarify that that is part of the inclusion of what needs to be complied with in order for the funds which the township has approved for each fire company to be appropriately dispersed.
Thank you, Commissioner Bernheim. Do any members of the committee, any other members of the committee have any questions or comments, including on the proposed amendment to the resolution? Do any members of the public in the room or online have any questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm going to move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners adoption of the amended resolution authorizing payments of the annual appropriations in the amount of $379,417 to each of the 6 volunteer fire companies. Do I have a second? Commissioner Bernheim.
Thank you.
And Madam Secretary, do you have that amendment included? Great.
Yes.
The motion as amended has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, I believe that motion carries unanimously. The third item on tonight's agenda is for the committee to consider awarding a contract, the recommendation to award a contract for the Mill Creek Road sanitary sewer lining. Eric, can you tell us more about this?
Yeah, this is a small project. We bid this once and we didn't receive any response. We bid it a second time and we did get a bid from a known vendor. We want to get this project done both due to the line's condition, but also due to the line's location. This is very close to where the closed bridge is on Mill Creek Road, which the county has been in the midst of repairing for some time. So the idea is to get this line fixed up while this other construction is ongoing, so that way we don't inhibit the traveling public any more than they need to be. It is more than budgeted, as you see in your materials, but the construction project for CIP project 4718 is about $520,000. So we don't know yet whether this $17,000 is going to be a drop in the bucket or is going to be a foreshadowing anything more to come. But again, because of the line's overall condition and its location with the ongoing bridge work, it's something that staff feels that they want to get addressed sooner rather than later. So that's why we decided to bid this and bring this forward to you tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. Eric or Ernie, do we perform any of this sewer lining work in-house, or do we always use a contractor for this work?
We always use a contractor for this type of work. They have specialized equipment that puts the new lining inside the pipe.
And is in situ form technologies a contractor who has done this work for us before? Well-known
Contractor, yes.
Okay. Other questions or comments from committee members on this item? Questions or comments from members of the public? Jody, any online? Okay. I'll move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to award a contract for Mill Creek Road sanitary sewer lining to In Situ Form Technologies LLC in accordance with bids received on Thursday, December 21st, 2023, with the recommendation of the Chief Finance Officer and the approval of the Director of Public Works and the Township Engineer in the amount of $39,000. Do I have a second? I have one from Commissioner Whalen. The motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that item carries unanimously. The fourth item is for the committee to consider awarding a contract for tree canopy consulting. Eric, can you tell us about this?
So this was one of several professional services contracts that you'll be looking at this evening. This one I think has been in development for some time. The idea is to try to have more information as a foundation for future policy decisions by this board regarding the township's overall urban forest. So the township was authorized to issue an RFP that was issued in September. We received proposals in mid-November, but just because of our expedited December calendar, we weren't able to finish our review process to get this for you in December, so that's why it's coming to you in January. So this is basically two phases, as you see lined out in the issue briefing: a data collection and assessment phase, and then phase two is program evaluation and management planning. We received 2 responses, one from Bartlett Tree Expert Company, one from Gilmore and Associates. The costs are essentially the same. Overall, staff really felt that the proposal from Bartlett offered a comprehensive approach and was superior. It was unanimous, the decision of the selection committee to recommend them. Also, always sometimes is a nice benefit, they do have a local office that's within the township. There will be public engagement as part of this process, involving both the Shade Tree Commission and the Environmental Advisory Council, and obviously everything will then come back before the board. Overall, from a price perspective, this is right on budget, right at $40,000. So the staff recommends approval of this professional services contract, and happy to try to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Eric. I do have some questions to start us off, and it maybe you can answer, or maybe our township manager can. We've had a tree inventory of township trees, and those are that inventory was performed many years ago, and has, the trees that are in the township right-of-way on private property are now designated with a silver tag. That inventory was updated more recently. I believe we have a canopy maintenance plan already. So I guess I would like a better understanding of the purpose of this consulting contract. And that, with those questions, it's not in any way to suggest that I don't strongly support the maintenance of the tree canopy in the township, because it's very important as a defining feature of Lower Merion Township. But I wonder about why we need to do this. I wonder about this because we have an existing tree inventory that's been updated, which in and of itself is unusual. We have a township arborist. Most townships don't. And we, I believe we have a tree canopy maintenance plan already. Now, I'm not certain about that.
So there's a difference. The inventory that we have completed is an inventory of township street trees that we maintain, and an analysis of where they are, and some condition analysis and what they are, and that's what Public Works uses in order to maintain our 70,000 plus street trees. That is different from a canopy analysis. The board budgeted actually in 2023 for the canopy analysis to develop an analysis of the overall tree canopy in the township that is beyond that of just the street trees. It is essentially a look using whatever other types of data that they can accumulate mostly from other flyovers, what has happened with the tree canopy overall in Lower Merion Township. And then the second piece is again, as Eric said, is sort of a management plan, recommendations for you to use in order to develop policies, programs, incentives, initiatives to encourage maintenance and increase of the tree canopy in Lower Merion. So it's very different between those two items.
This is only for consulting. It's not, and the what is the outcome, Ernie? Is it's a management plan?
The outcome is a report, both an analysis of where the tree canopy currently stands and where it perhaps has been. In other words, what has been the decline of the tree canopy over a period of time, and then a report giving you, as I said, some management tools that would be recommended for things you can do to perhaps enhance the tree canopy in Lower Merion. Should come with a menu of recommendations, which you will review and choose which ones you may elect to initiate.
Okay. Do any other members of the committee have any questions or comments on this item? Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, Commissioner Zella. I need my memory jogged a little bit. The RFP outlined 5 project phases. We have 2 here, and we only budgeted for 2. What are the other 3? And was our thinking that we would wait to see the outcome of the report before going ahead with those phases?
Yes, exactly, Commissioner. So phase 3 is a additional selective tree inventory that goes beyond the street trees and looks for information on any trees located within a radius of active elements of township park properties. Phase 4 is an ordinance and code review. And then phase 5 is an educational outreach and incentive recommendations. So your comment though earlier about we wanted to see the work and see what was the outcome of these first 2 initial phases is absolutely correct. We wanted to see that, bring that back before the advisory committees and this board to then decide what, if any, of those additional phases are things that the board or the township wanted to proceed with.
Is there a potential that we would need to amend the budget mid-year, or is that likely going to be part of the 2025 budget?
Depends on how quickly this whole process goes, where the process ends up. The board obviously has the ability, if you receive the true report and you have certain things that you absolutely want done, and if it, we're at budget workshop time in September and you want to provide us with direction that you want us to go ahead and start on something right away, we could do so. Obviously with the input that we're going to look for from the advisory committees and the time that takes and bring this back before the board, it could be something where we're getting towards the end of the year by the time we actually have a discussion and deliberation and decisions from the board as to which way they want to go, and we would incorporate it into the next year's budget. So it's going to depend on timing and how quickly things move.
Thanks, Eric. I would just add, I think anyone who went outside today probably saw the risk that the weather poses to our trees, among other things. Our tree canopy is a great asset in the township, and I am glad that we're moving forward with this.
Other committee members with questions or comments? President Sinai.
Thanks, Commissioner Zella. So I just want to add my support to this. I think this is an important step. I think one thing that we have done as a board as we try and formulate policy is to make sure we have all the data and information in hand that we need to formulate good policy before we get going, rather than formulate then search for the data. This is, I think, important information for us to have, both in terms of the assessment of the canopy and also the change in time over the canopy, but also in terms of a set of potential policies. I think we're going to have two sources of information for that. One coming out of this report. We have an annual report from the Shade Tree Commission that also has a lot of things in it. Right? We have not addressed that yet. I kind of imagine us consolidating all of this together as we go forward and turn this into actionable policy. So I'm glad to see this here, and I support it. Thank you, Commissioner Zoll.
Other members of the committee with questions or comments? Commissioner Grimes?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Zeloff. And this question, I don't know, Eric or maybe for one of you. So I support this as well, and I think this is a valuable thing. But reading the staff memo, I had a question. It says under phase 1 that the analysis the consultant's going to do will extend beyond mere tree canopy and encompassing comparisons with, amongst other things, census data, socioeconomics, and property values. So I wonder if one of you can comment. I thought it was interesting because my understanding is that the township has always encouraged as many trees as possible throughout the township. And in fact, with our trees in the public right-of-way, shade tree can't get enough places for trees regardless of where it is. So is that part of the analysis aimed at a particular issue, or is this just sort of 21st century consultants routinely provide that kind of data?
Yeah, I think it's just common practice when you do one of these studies to make sure you can overlay the new map you just got of your tree canopy and be able to overlay it over the maps you already have, your zoning, your demographics, so that you can kind of compare that across multiple factors as you take a look at what types of new programs and what types of initiatives you might want to put in place.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Commissioner Bernheim?
Thank you very much. I hate to potentially display my ignorance with this question. I usually wait till at least February to do that. But Eric, maybe you can educate me a little bit. Were you able to see a sample report that Bartlett or any of these other folks did as to what the end product we would anticipate getting would look like?
I don't believe an actual sample report was a requirement of the RFP, because with the RFP, we were basically telling them exactly what we wanted. Right. So if they had other samples, it might not have actually matched up to what we wanted. Okay. But we did have comprehensive proposals from both of those firms. They were reviewed by a interdepartmental group of sustainability, township manager, shade tree, public works, and they were unanimous in their selection with Bartlett.
Okay, so then comes the potential silly question, because what I was trying to find out from that, as to help educate me, what it is we might expect to get from this, because that which we can control has already been discussed here, where we have trees in the right of way where we could do something. Others are on somebody else's property, and each time we have some land development, we're always very proactive to try to make sure that we, increase our tree, canopy. What else are we going to get, in other words, from this?
Well, I think the other thing that hopefully we always try to get when we have these type of consultant engagements is ideas and best practices that they might be familiar with from other places. So we're kind of unique also in that when you're talking about those developments and having to have trees on them, if a development can't have the trees on it, they also then basically make a payment in lieu, and then we have ability, I don't want to call it a tree fund, but I just said tree fund, in terms of dollars that we can use to spend trees. So maybe there will be certain ideas or ways that they will have that you should best allocate those dollars amongst different neighborhoods. It also might be helpful, going back to what Ernie was just kind of saying in response to Commissioner Grimes' question, to kind of really, excuse me, see where the holes per se are in the tree canopy and might really help the township better kind of, I guess I would say, distribute those trees and those dollars in the most efficient means. So I think there's various different things that we hope to get out of this. As not the arborist and not the tree expert, I won't be able to clearly enunciate all of them, but I think those are some of the things that we hope we might get out of this engagement to help the township overall moving forward with its tree canopy.
And then the bottom line question, your humble opinion, $40,000 worth of additional information to help our canopy? 'Cause
Yeah,
it seems
I
like
personally,
it's a
when we
lot of time-
budgeted
it's a
this,
lot of time to do
I
it.
thought this was gonna
Would it
come
be
in higher.
greater? Okay.
So
Right.
I would take the bid and run.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. He also bet on the Eagles last week. So.
And you didn't? Other committee members with questions or comments? Do any members of the public here in the room have any questions or comments on this item?
Good evening. My name is Osha Lazar. I live in Marion. I'm also on the Shade Tree Commission for another month when my term ends. And I also work for the state urban and community forestry program. And I advise municipalities how to better manage their tree canopy. So I work with exactly the and answer questions that you just had. So first off, I'm really excited that this program is finally moving forward. It has been a long wait, 3 years. It was originally budgeted for $50,000, which was reduced based on budget estimates, which I don't know what that meant actually. And I don't think, I have a couple of concerns about it, not the vendor. I'm really familiar with Bartlett and they're excellent and they would do a very good job. And there's really good contacts in local office. But my concern is that elements that the Shade Tree Commission was really considering essential are left out and left for later phases in the plan, including the ordinance review and community outreach, which are crucial for maintaining the township canopy, given that the majority of the township tree canopy is in private land. So the only way we can control it is really outreach, education, teaching people the importance of trees and how to better care for trees. The other one is what partly was discussed is the data will be, we have a 2017 and 2008 tree canopy or tree inventory, which street trees. Best management practice is to update tree inventory about every 7 years. So by the time we get to the plan and we have all the information, the data will be partly old and not so useful. The other thing is that we did have, the tree inventory comparison shows a huge loss in the street trees, and also we had an intern that reviewed tree canopy data for township-wide canopy, that includes private, and that showed a 12% tree loss from 2004 to 2022, I believe. So we're losing canopy. The answer to the question, what kind of information that's useful you're gonna get out of this work is hopefully a lot. There's lots of things that the consultant can give you. Also, the Shade Tree Commission could help with, including educational outreach, giving species lists, what are climate adaptable species that would do better than some other species. Also, what locations are better for planting, where you get more benefits compared to other locations. So there's a lot of different things. Ordinance review, how you can improve tree care, tree planting locations. So there's a lot of different things that you could benefit from this and for better communication. And I invite you to any of the Shade Tree Commission meetings, or if you want to have a private conversation about tree canopy, I'm happy to discuss it. Thank you.
Do any other members of the public in the room wish to come forward to comment or ask questions on this item? Jody, are there any members of the public who are here but not here who would like to comment?
No one has their virtual hand raised.
Thank you very much. So let me ask, a few more questions have come to mind. Maybe this is for Ernie as well. So from time to time, when we discuss our tree canopy, we're told that we have more trees available and more budget for trees than we have places to plant them. So I'm having difficulty squaring that with spending money to create a management plan. So Ernie, can you help me better understand that?
Again, you're focusing on street trees, and you're right. Sometimes we do not have as many locations as we have budgeted for street trees. We don't plant them where the homeowner or property owner doesn't want a street tree. But again, this study's not looking at just street trees. This is looking at the entire canopy of the township. So it's looking at what other things we might be able to do when the management plan comes to us, suggestions as to how we can incentivize or perhaps regulate down the road additional trees. But two different things. Street trees are a limited quantity and a limited planting availability. The tree canopy is much bigger.
Okay, that's very helpful. And we did hear from Orsi regarding the view of the Shade Tree Commission, or at least your view as a member of the Shade Tree Commission. So I presume the Shade Tree and the EAC are supportive of this initiative?
Yeah, this is an initiative that has been recommended by both over a period of time, and the board finally chose to budget money for it in this past year.
And I think what you said a moment ago, we actually discussed this over a year ago, right? This was in the
did.
2023 budget.
You did.
That's why I was a little foggy on it when I read this. Okay. Any other questions or comments from committee members? The answers have been persuasive, at least for me. So I will move that we recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of the execution of a professional services contract in the amount of $40,000 with Bartlett Tree Expert Company for an urban tree canopy assessment and management plan. Is there a second from Commissioner Courtney? There is. The motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Excuse me. Any opposed or any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously.
I have a question about what we just passed.
Commissioner Churchill.
Is there a timeline on when this will be finished?
I ask our township manager to respond on that.
I think I would say roughly we would look in a 6 to 9 month period to have this back kind of through the public process and back to you. So,
Okay, so it'll be finished this year.
oh yes, yeah,
Okay.
that would definitely be our intention,
Okay.
for sure.
Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. Okay, we're going to go to the fifth item on tonight's Finance Committee agenda, and it is for the committee to consider recommendation for a contract award for architectural and engineering services at the Union Fire Company. Eric, can you tell us more about this item?
So I'm only going to speak really briefly on this. From a finance perspective, we were involved in helping draft the RFP and get the responses in. You have the issue briefing before you, but I'm actually going to pass the baton to the Assistant Township Manager who was involved in the evaluation and is going to take you kind of through this item.
Brandon, welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. As you summarized, the board is being asked to consider executing a professional services contract in the amount of $246,000 with Buchart Horn Architects for the renovations of Union Fire Station. This project is being managed by Lower Merion Township on behalf of and in cooperation with Union Fire, and it's being pursued in light of the changing nature of the fire service. Most notably, the introduction of larger fire apparati that are now too large to fit in many fire stations across the nation, as well as the transition of traditional fire services from a purely volunteer-based company to more of a hybrid combination model that incorporates both volunteer firefighters as well as professional career firefighters. So the project itself would include an addition to the existing fire bay, as well as the conversion of the second floor social hall at Union Fire into living quarters for use by the volunteers and career. The total cost of this project is estimated to be roughly $1.98 million, of which a fair share of it, $985,000, is to be funded by a state grant that was acquired by the township on behalf of Union Fire, as well as a $500,000 capital project commitment that this board included in the CIP, matched by a equal $500,000 commitment by Union Fire through fundraising and what they have in their account. A total of 8 proposals were acquired through the RFP that the Finance Department did put out, of which myself, Chief McCoy, and representatives of Union Fire did review all 8 proposals, 3 of which proceeded to a second phase, which included site visits to projects that they have either recently completed or are currently working on, as well as an interview for one firm which did not have a recent or current project to visit. The recommendation by township staff is to award to Buckhart Horn. We found that their proposal provided a slew of benefits, not only that it was a cost savings of around $55,000 as compared to the other proposal that was under consideration, but also the fact that Buckhart Horn was a one-stop shop that included both architectural and engineering services within the firm, whereas other proposals relied on the use of subcontractors, outside additional third parties that would handle, let's say, the engineering of the project. And finally, we found that Buckhart Horn had extensive fire station renovation and construction project experience over the other 2 proposals that made it to the final 3. So with that, the township staff felt that Buckhart Horn was the most qualified firm and is being recommended to the board to consider tonight.
Thank you, Brandon. Do members of this committee have questions or comments? Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
I've looked at this issue pretty closely and had some discussions with Union Fire personnel regarding this. And personally, if I were making the decision, I would agree with staff's recommendation. But the reality is that this is Union Fire's project, and they are the ones who are going to be raising the money for this project, which is probably going to cost in excess of $2 million. And it is probably going to cost, the difference in cost is $55,000 for a different architect engineer. And the reality is they're the ones who are going to have to raise that if they want to have the architect engineer of their choice. So while I agree with staff's recommendation, I am going to defer to the desires of Union Fire, provided that they are the ones who are going to raise that additional $55,000, so that if they believe it is that important to them to have a particular architect engineer.
Other members of the committee with questions or comments? Commissioner Bernheim.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Zeloff. And Commissioner Kramer, you make some really very strong and valid points in that it is, frequently, if not almost all the time, that we defer to, be it a fire company or some other entity where we're doing some work and they put their oar in the water as to state which may be the better vendor in order to go ahead with the project. And I likewise had the opportunity to communicate through email mostly, with members of the Union Fire Company, in particular its president, Mike Leewitz. And I would be remiss if I mentioned Mike's name and not note that under his leadership, that which has happened at the Union Fire Company has been astounding. and a lot of it due to fundraising. And as I said to him, a lot of deference and a lot of weight goes into what his view and opinion is, regarding something along these lines as well. And we went back and forth as to what the criteria were. I come out on the other side of the equation, though, on this, and that's trying to look at it totally objective as to which of the companies may be able to provide the better service. And that which tipped the scale for me is that the Buchard Horn entity, they've done this before. They've actually had other fire companies where they've performed services for, whereas it's my understanding that from Converse Winkler, their experience doesn't come as a group, but maybe from others that have joined the group, and that they deal with a lot of third-party people themselves, thus have that's less internal controls. So while I am sure that they're very highly qualified in what they do, and I understand that their proximity may be a little bit closer to the firehouse, as I said to Mike, unlike the fire personnel in the house for which this is being built, architects and engineers don't run when the bell rings. So they will contact, all in due course and be able to, and I think all of these are professionals that will be able to provide, an appropriate service. So recognizing the scrutiny that our own staff went through to make this recommendation, and taking into account the considerations of the Union Fire Company, I'm going to defer this time to our staff's recommendation, and that may not be, Mike, what you wanted to hear, but hopefully you'll appreciate the thought process behind it. Thank you very much.
Other commissioners with questions or comments? President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Zella. So I too had the opportunity to speak with Mike and to consider this as well, and I feel it's appropriate for me to explain my reasoning. My sense is that there were several good potential architects and engineers that are considered here. I think I had a very illuminating conversation with Mike where I think he eloquently explained why his impression was the ones that the Union Fire Station prefers, why they preferred it. And I had some good illuminating conversations with township staff why they felt a different way, which puts me in an interesting position. I was not privy to any of the interviews. I wasn't part of that. What we do here in the township is we rely on staff as being our proxy for decisions for this. And so I do rely on our staff for their assessment of what they think would be most appropriate in this situation. Again, I think I appreciate that there are differences of opinion on this. And I think it's appropriate for myself as a member of this board to rely on our professional staff for their advice in that situation. They've been pretty unanimous on that. Anyway, thank you, Commissioner Zoff.
Other committee members with questions or comments? Seeing none, do any members of the public wish to come forward on this item? Yes.
Look that way. No. Oh, that's the one. I'll be very brief.
Mike, can you introduce yourself?
Yes,
please?
my name is Mike Leibowitz, and I'm the president of Union Fire Association. I'll be very brief. 3 notes. First of all, I thank you all for the comments. It is 100% correct. I think we got wonderful proposals, and I'm sure that we will be in very good hands regardless of where we land. I specifically want to thank township staff who held our hands and worked through this process with us. A number of commissioners who I had conversations with, Commissioner Kramer today, who obviously represents our firehouse and has taken a tremendous interest in it, as well as a number of other commissioners. I'll remind you, last night our firehouse responded to 6 different events. In 2023, we responded to 511 calls. We go out when needed, where needed. That's up from 420 some in the prior year. So we've seen tremendous growth. This is an important project, and we have nothing but gratitude for our partners at the township who have helped us along and will continue to help us. So thank you all, and we are extremely grateful and extremely appreciative. Thank you.
Other members of the public wish to come forward on this item? Jody, are there others online who wish to come forward?
No one online has their virtual hand.
Okay. My comments on this are that I am, first of all, very grateful to Mike Leibowitz for his very strong leadership at the Union Fire Company, rescuing a fire company that was in deep financial trouble and is now much more financially stable. And we are grateful and appreciate that. And this project is indicative of a firehouse that is wants to make significant improvements in its facilities and presumably in its performance. And so I think in this case, I am in agreement with the staff recommendation. We as a township have had experience with multiple contractors on projects, and it hasn't gone well. The Buchert Horn Architectural and Engineering firm has all the skills in their firm, and the alternative, Converse Winkler, has 3 subs proposed, and that leads to, in our experience, there's risk. I mean, there's conflict risk that they will be, that the project won't go as well because the firms, 4 firms trying to work on one project. I think that the township's analysis of the skills of the Buchert Horn architect is persuasive. And so that's my view. If there's other commissioners who wish to express their view before we vote, that would be appropriate. Seeing none, I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of the execution of a contract for architectural and engineering services in the amount of $246,000 with Buchert Horn Architects for architectural and engineering services to support the renovation to the Union Fire Company building in Ballackinwood. Do I have a second? I do, from Commissioner Bernheim. The motion has been made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Madam Secretary, that motion passes 12 to 1, I believe. 11 to 1. Yes, it does. Okay. With that, Commissioner Kramer, would you be willing to have that motion be on consent next week or not? Yes. Okay. Thank you. The 6th item on tonight's Finance Committee agenda is for the committee to consider awarding another contract, also a consulting contract, and in this one would be for consideration of a contract for ARP Vitality Grant Monitoring and Administrative Work. Our Assistant Manager will tell us more.
Thank you, Commissioner. As you referenced, the board is being asked to consider a professional services contract with UHY Advisors for an amount not to exceed $71,360, again, not to exceed, for grant monitoring and administration for the 21 Vitality Grant Awards awarded by this board to nonprofit entities last month. As the board is aware, through the American Rescue Plan Act, ARP, the board did set aside funds for the establishment of a nonprofit grant program with the intent to provide a one-time opportunity for nonprofits to apply for funding for various projects or operations that would expand their capacity or the vitality of their organizations. Last month, 21 total projects were awarded, a total of $832,721 out of the money that was set aside for a variety of different projects across the 21 organizations. As you all are also aware, the ARP, the American Rescue Plan, rules and regulations are incredibly strict, not only for these funds, but also for the other funds that the township was awarded and allocated by the U.S. Treasury. And in light of that, we understand that monitoring and administration and providing that next level support for these 21 organizations is going to be a big time commitment. But also, we want to take the financial stewardship approach of ensuring that everything and all the documentation and expenses that are included in the projects that were awarded are documented, so that we have quarterly reports that we file to the U.S. Treasury. So all those quarterly reports are accurate and reflect all the expenses, not only covered by the multitude of projects that the township is pursuing using ARP funds on our own, but also is reflective of all the expenses that are covered under the 21 different projects across the 21 different organizations that this board awarded money to through the Vitality Grant Program. Staff did solicit a total of 6 different firms for proposals. We did receive 3. Of the 3, UHY Advisors was selected and is considered to be the best bang for our buck, so to speak. And essentially what the deliverables for such a proposal would provide to the township, this consulting firm, if awarded, would work with each of the 21 organizations and continuously work with them to not only ensure that they understand what the rules and regulations are for the ARP funds, but that they are submitting all their itemized expense documentations in a timely fashion, as well as their quarterly reports, which was a condition of being awarded Vitality Grant programs. And that would be continued through summer of 2025. And the other thing that made this proposal stand out above the others was the inclusion of various aspects that were not included in the other proposals, a few of which being the assessment of financial risk for each of the 21 organizations. So if awarded, UHY would actually, look at the financial controls of these organizations, and if needed, provide recommendations to strengthen those controls. But they would also audit all these expenses that are submitted to us. So there's a substantial auditing component to this as well. And lastly, what was not included in the other proposals that is included in the UHY proposal is the inclusion of reporting on non-financial performance metrics. One of the big conditions for the ARP funds, especially for funds going towards social services oriented expenditures, are the inclusion of these non-financial performance indicators, especially for any services that are rendered to lower moderate income communities or individuals. We need to capture that, and we need to include that in our quarterly reporting to the U.S. Treasury. So UHY would include that in their proposal and would follow up with each of those organizations of the 21 to include, to make sure that those non-financial metrics are included in their quarterly reporting. And I just want to follow up, in addition to the issue briefing, one of their current clients is Upper Darby Township in Delaware County. I did call them and I did ask, their satisfaction with UHY, who's serving a very similar role for that township. And coincidentally enough, Upper Darby is doing a very similar program to what this board opted to do last year, being establishing a nonprofit grant program. So not only does UHY have that auditing experience, but they are also working on a very similar project in our neck of the woods that we would be able to benefit from as they are a few steps ahead of us in terms of the implementation of that program.
Okay, Brandon, thank you very much. There's probably a number of questions. I have some as well, but I'm only going to ask one and then ask other commissioners for their questions and comments. In your memo, at the end on page 19, your last sentence is, a rigorous closeout process is a service offered by UHY that were not included in other proposals. Is the rigorous closeout process included in the UHY proposal?
That is correct, and if I can elaborate real quick on that, In addition to the quarterly reporting, when all the expenses are finalized, each organization will have to work with UHY to have a final closeout report. So not only will they provide that continuous reporting, but we'll, at the end of the day, have a final document for each organization verifying that all the documents that were needed were submitted and that we can close the book on said organization.
So is it your opinion, and Ernie, I'm going to ask you the same question, that if we proceed, that this will be the final consulting contract we will need for the Vitality Grant Program that's using ARP funds? Because it will be the third consulting contract for this program.
Yes, this should be the final one. This was one we warned you would be needed next when we made the ARP awards, but this should be it.
I would concur with Manager McNeely.
And I'm going to ask one more question, even though I said I wouldn't. Why do we have to evaluate the financial controls of these 21 small nonprofit firms who are receiving grants because they need the money for important projects? They are unlikely to have the substantial financial controls that you would expect of a recipient of federal funds. Certainly their financial controls are going to not be like exist in this township, which is a $75 million operation. So how do we expect these small organizations to be able to have financial controls that are going to meet those rigorous standards?
Well, to answer the question of why should we expect it, is because by awarding them funds, they become subrecipients of the ARP funds. So they become extensions of the township as far as the U.S. Treasury is concerned. So when we submit itemized documents for their expenses, we need to ensure that there are sound financial controls, through those organizations, because they will be included in our quarterly reports to the U.S. Treasury. Now, in terms of expectations of the degree, I think you're absolutely right. I don't think we can, expect them to have everything on par to the financial controls that we have in place. But UHY, in my conversations with them, saying that if they identify the need, that they will make suggestions and work with those organizations to ensure that they can take whatever steps they can to satisfy what will become a single federal audit from the U.S. Treasury.
Okay.
And I would just add that our previous consultant, Triad, who helped us with the award and the evaluation of the applications, actually had a client that has already been audited by Treasury. And one of the things that client was dinged for by Treasury was not evaluating the financial controls and wherewithal of the organizations they funded. So we have learned from that it's in the regulations, and the Department of Treasury is apparently serious about it.
Okay. I'll defer my questions for later. Commissioner Bernheim, do you have some questions or comments?
Yeah, indeed I do. And then, so people will know, Assistant Manager Ford and I have had some conversations in depth about this. And I'm glad to see you were able to address some of the things that you and I spoke about. But I'm going to go, a couple layers deeper, if I may, and start with the recognition. We do need to get some assistance in order to do some of the things that you have outlined. And what my concern is, and I don't mean the least bit to be disparaging about UHY. It is clear by looking at the 53 pages they submitted to us, which describe who they are and what they are, that there are a lot of very highly talented, professionals within that organization. What my concern is, somewhat along the lines of what Commissioner Zeloff was subtly getting to, is that we may, bang for a buck. The bang may be, an elephant gun to shoot a mouse. They may be a little bit bigger than what we need, and some of the protocols that they have outlined exceed some of the complexity of the programs that we are seeking to fund. So let me drill down a little bit on that so people will understand, because I'm going to then come to a recommendation, which is going to keep the concept of getting some assistance, but tailoring this one to a significant degree, because it's hard to understand from what they submitted what the actual deliverables are. So in the 53 pages that they provided, the majority of it is some generic information about the company and about its personnel, and then there are 24 pages of sample workbook and project assessment templates, none of which apply to us. It's just far too complex for anything that we have on the table. So the question becomes, for the proposed $71,000 and change, what are we getting? Your issue briefing and the comments that you just made, point out that, these projects, which aren't to be completed until June of 2025, so we have, a period of time, require some reporting on a regular basis, and then at the end, we need to report to the U.S. Treasury Department, and there are particulars as how that's done. That may be where their area of expertise is in order to go ahead and to assist us. But when you then read through their proposal, it has items such as, well, they start 20,000 feet. This is a good one, that they want to streamline compliance. That's what we want. That's really what we want. But then when they go down to it, they talk about providing document lessons, that they're going to have quarterly webinars and meetings about documents. When we get to the specific programs, you're going to see that really doesn't make sense. Then they're going to reach out to peer groups, whatever that means, and share plans and understand challenges, and then issue us a report about peer groups. I don't really think we need that. There are going to be quarterly compliance checks, albeit not every project needs a quarterly compliance. They're going to monitor hiring. There isn't going to be any hiring by these facilities except one in connection with what they're doing. Monitor financial and non-financial indicators, which you have pointed out has some importance, and Manager McNeely has pointed out is something that we need to report back to. We also had a conversation on the front end, and I was disappointed in Triad and what they did, where they noted certain issues, not going to point to specific programs, where I pointed out that economic information we received simply didn't make any sense. No follow-up on that. Doing it now seems to be a little bit of, shutting the barn door after the horse left. We've already awarded these people the funds, and now we have to see that they can apply them to their projects. Their submission includes pre-application stage. We've been there. It includes an award stage. We've been there. Then they state they want a front-end communication funnel with the county and its sub-recipients. All right, so cut and paste. I get it. We all do it. But one of the things that they cut and paste is that they're going to have education and training, really, site management, program risk analysis, and they detail what that is, assess internal controls, monitor grantees and business incentive recipients. I have no idea what that means. And then perform deep root cause analysis. Sounds like something that Commissioner Russell may do as in a dental office. So my concern is that the one thing they state they will do, and it goes through a whole series of pages to get there, assist the township and capture all required data elements of grant work performed for the reports that the township will be required to submit. That's what we need. That is it. All right? All the rest of this stuff that comprises how they get to $71,000, we do not need. I had, everybody's got for them a list that I put together of each of the applicants, a description of the project, and the dollars that are there. I did this so that you'll understand why I'm apprehensive of applying what's in that proposal to these jobs. If you go to the second one down, just Appleford 3, that's to provide handicap accessibility to gardens. I don't think that we're going to need to have all of these quarterly reports, or we're going to have to check about hiring or the finances of Appleford as they build a garden. The one underneath that is to install and replace benches. That's a one-shot deal. We're not going to need a whole lot of supervision in doing that. Beyond that, the Episcopal Legal Aid is going to hire an additional full-time attorney. Well, some may argue when you hire an attorney, you need even more than what these guys are going to recommend. But seriously, that's the only hiring that's in this entire proposal. It doesn't need a lot of supervision for doing that. And then if you jump down, Friends of the Kinwood Trail, they're going to purchase a battery-powered vehicle. That's a one-event scenario. That's it, all right? So whether they purchased it or they didn't do it, and we've given them some money to contribute towards it. If you go down to the second Kaiserman Jewish Community Center, they're going to purchase a 12-seat commercial minibus. Same thing, it's a one-shot deal. Or LM Conservancy is going to complete the National Registry for black churches. No one's going to need supervision. The question is, did they do this? We gave them the money for it. Did it get accomplished? And then the others is, Meals on Wheels. It talks about a salad program. I don't think they're coming in there to say too much lettuce. I mean, I'm not sure what their value that they're going to provide to this. The Narberth Ambulance is going to educate 4 EMTs. They'll show that they did that. That'll be their paperwork. They took some exam. Right? So you can look at each one of these, and you're going to come to the conclusion that I did, back to the elephant gun for shooting a mouse. We need to get somebody that's going to help the township get the reports from these people to whom we've allocated the funds. It isn't going to be all that difficult for 90% of them. And then we need to make sure, given what we have to report to the U.S. Treasury, where if they've been there, done that, they can assist us in doing it. It's not a $71,000 program. And then what they do is they submit to us the proposal of different level people who are going to comprise that. Their partner at $525 an hour is going to spend 20 hours. Doing what? We have no idea. Or their senior managers at $365 an hour spending 80 hours. And then, thank you, Commissioner Zeloff noted that was their standard rate. Their billing rate for us is a little bit less. But we have a number of hours, a rate, but we don't know who's doing what and why, how this is being allocated. And it appears that I've given more thought about this than they did in the proposal, and I believe that what we need to do is to have somebody go forward and say, here's what we can do for each of these programs, give you a realistic cost as to what they are, and here's the information that we can provide you and what that actual cost will be. And I submit it will be less than $71,000. No doubt that they have the expertise, but then we need to have them tailor it so that we know that exactly what we're getting from them and keep their feet to the fire the same way they're going to keep the recipient's feet to the fire.
Ernie and Brandon, I'd like you to respond, given that Commissioner Bernheim spent a lot of time looking at this, and I know speaking with Brandon about it, or communicating with Brandon about it today.
Absolutely. So, to Commissioner Bernheim's point, across the 21 organizations, there are going to be some projects that are going to be easier than others, right? At the reference, the purchase of the minibus, relatively simple, right? You either bought the bus or you didn't buy the bus, or the purchase of the EV vehicle for the Friends of the Trail. Again, did you buy the vehicle or did you not? But there are going to be others that are going to be a little bit more detailed. Like, for example, you mentioned the Meals on Wheels. That's going to be a little bit of a trickier applicant, or awardee, I should say, because they were awarded funds. Who did they feed? Where did they come from? Were they a low, moderate income individual? How much did they, how much was spent on what they were provided? And capturing those details and those metrics, not only as a one-time reporting, but on a quarterly reporting, because as I referenced before, the township does have to submit all of its expenditures, including the 21 organizations, on a quarterly basis. So being able to capture that data on a quarterly basis, again, is going to be way easier for some organizations, but it's going to be a little bit trickier. And the way we frame the solicitation in a not to exceed amount, we did that in light of not every organization is going to need as much oversight, as much support in terms of what their projects are and how those funds are expended. So you're absolutely right. You know, will it cost $71,000? My professional opinion is no. And will we need to include the various aspects that were included in their proposals, which, you know, might fit a county client, as you referenced the copy and paste approach. But, you know, if awarded, one of the things that staff will follow up on is to cater what this service looks like so that we cut the gristle, so to speak, and only spend the funds on what we need to, so that we, you know, minimize the overall cost of this service.
Sure, and I would add that we did an RFP. We asked firms to give us a proposal to monitor an ARP program based on the regulations of the ARP and the Treasury as to what is going to be needed. Yes, these firms all put everything they can do in terms of what they could do for a grant program, but we're only going to use that which we need. The thing we have to remember here is that this $830-some thousand that we have allocated, the township's on the hook for.
Mm-hmm.
So if any of these firms that we've awarded grants to do not perform like they're supposed to, or misappropriate the money, don't spend it on appropriate low and moderate income folks, it's the township that has to pay this back. Now, yes, we will have contracts that say we have a right to get it back from these grant recipients, but some of them we'd probably have to sue to get it back, and how long is that going to take? The idea here is to make sure that these firms do exactly what is needed to meet the ARP regulations. We're not looking for any more than that, but I can tell you what, not one of these 20-some organizations we've awarded to has any understanding whatsoever of the reporting forms, of the reporting requirements, of the non-discrimination requirements, of all the provisions that go with an ARP grant. And so, yes, there is going to be some hand-holding needed through these firms up front as we get them going. And then there'll be hand-holding that will be needed as they prepare their reports for us. So there is going to be work, but certainly, Dan, you're right. We don't want all of those services for each and every one of these particular entities. And we would expect to only be billed for that which we need. And as an accounting firm, we would expect to have a very detailed billing. And again, it's up to the $71,000 contract. We would be hopeful that we'd spend less.
President Simon.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff. So I have a question, but first, let me just say that, you know, like here's how I see this. I mean, so the federal government effectively, you know, subcontracted the township to figure out the best way to allocate, you know, $25 million of ARP funds. You know, and along the way they said, hey, but if you allocate it, we need you to report in great detail exactly what's been, you know, how the money's being spent. But we will actually provide the funding for that, right? Which is what we're doing. So we were using the federal money to accommodate the federal government's reporting requirements on the grants of the federal money that we put out, right? Seems like an appropriate use of the money. It's less than 10% overhead on this. That seemed to be like, you know, ballpark mentally, like what we were thinking about anyway, that we would have to do. But I think there's another thing that's important here, which is I think when I looked at this mentally, I was thinking, I think we heard this from some nonprofit groups, that, you know, yeah, we would give them some money through ARP, but some of that would get clawed back by their increased reporting requirements, and they would have to spend that money internally to not on providing services, but on just meeting the requirements of the federal government. And so this is my question for you: like, how much of this 71,000 is in, you know, what is in that support category, right? Is it, you know, what are the things that, like, you know, this, you know, UHY will do that otherwise, because we had to do the same reporting anyway, the recipients would have had to do out of the money that we gave them, right? Because I'm thinking that this is kind of like, you know, leaving them more of the money to actually put to good use if we allocate it this way. And I saw some things in there. I saw, you know, we'll educate them on like what, you know, whether that's an okay thing that you spend the money on or not, on, you know, how to keep track of things. But it wasn't clear, you know, what support meant, and maybe you could just sort of enlighten me.
Sure. In short, the support includes working with these nonprofit organizations so that they understand, and making recommendations to these organizations, and to make internal changes to ensure that they are reporting properly, right? The thing I would like to clarify and make, absolutely certain is that UHY will not be doing the reporting for these organizations, right? The last thing I would want is for an awardee to expect that UHY would do all the reporting for their organization. But what UHY would do if awarded this contract is that once, these organizations, a lot of which are volunteer-based, once they do the reporting, they submit it to UHY. If UHY identifies, error or a consistent string of, hey, this is close, but this is not exactly what we're looking for, UHY would then work with that organization or organizations to clarify and say, no, you need to do this, change this answer to this to more properly reflect what you submitted. And working with them like that, and providing that guidance and recommendations, because at the end of the day, they're not going to force these organizations to make any changes. That'll be up for them to implement on their own. But UHY, in coordination with the township, of course, would point these organizations in the right direction and be there to, check their homework, so to speak.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you,
Other-
Commissioner Zelf.
Other committee members, Vice President Kramer.
Thank you. I appreciate the thoughtfulness of township management in making this recommendation, and I support the recommendation for a number of reasons. One is that not to exceed, right? We're not going to spend money that we don't need to spend. We're only going to spend what we have to spend. I have every confidence that township management is going to be checking in regularly with the consultants and cutting any fat that needs to be cut from in order to keep within the budget, and then some. I think that this is a must-have. It's not a just nice to have, right? We clearly don't have the capacity to do this. We have to hire someone out of house to do it. In addition, I think that this is an investment in our nonprofit sector in the sense that much of our nonprofit sector is really grassroots and does not have a level of financial sophistication to meet these kinds of requirements as of right now. But having had this kind of technical assistance by the consultants, they not only will have this for the ARP reporting requirements, but they're going to have that forevermore, right? We all benefit when our nonprofit sector has strong financial controls, and I think that they'll continue to have those after this work with UHY. The other thing is that we're going to be getting performance assessments of some sort, using some sort of data to measure the performance of the nonprofits, and that's information that we don't currently have about a lot of our nonprofit social service organizations. So I think that will be helpful and an investment in future allocations that we make outside of the ARP allocations. So I'm very grateful for your work, and I will support it.
Other committee members with questions or comments? Commissioner Gilda-Kramer.
I have one question and then I have some comments. Is it necessary in terms of timing for us to do this right now? Or could this wait a month or two before we make a decision on it?
Is it absolutely necessary? I think the short answer would be no. However, I will share that certain nonprofits, know that they've been awarded funding, because we did notify them that they were selected and they were recommended and awarded funding, that they really want to get going with their projects, right? A few of them have other grant responsibilities that are tied to their projects, especially the larger ones. And for those that aren't construction projects, and I'm looking at the ones that are more operationally oriented, 2024 operations have already started, and if they included their 2024 operations as part of their ARP Vitality Grant Program, the longer we wait, the more difficult position we put them in, especially if they're relying on the award to fund a portion of their 2024 operational budget.
Would we be able to release money to them without having this contract in place?
No, that would be a mistake. We set up this program to say that we were going to give these folks a 25% payment, but we have to have contracts in place. We need to know who's going to be doing the monitoring, and they need to know what their requirements are going to be before we hand them over money and let them start spending. So, yes, we could defer our action on this as long as the board wants, but we're also deferring the start of the program. So nobody's going to get their grant money until we have contracts in place and somebody to monitor those contracts.
All right, well then I'm going to go to my comments. I find myself in very substantial agreement with Commissioner Bernheim. I thought that this contract was excessive. I thought that assigning 5 people to work on it is excessive. It is a contract for 300 hours of work for over $70,000 for us. And for this amount, and perhaps a little bit more, we could hire a grant specialist who could not only handle these issues with perhaps a little bit of advice from a specialist, and that grant person could also research grants for our nonprofits, help our nonprofits submit grants applications, and could also research grants for the township and help the township submit grant applications. So I think, personally, I would like to see this postponed for a short period of time while the township explores the alternatives to this type of contract, because I can see a lot better ways for us to spend $70-some thousand for grants and grant monitoring that could actually have greater benefit for a non-profit community and greater benefit for the township.
Other commissioners with questions or comments? Yes, Commissioner Rossman.
It seems to be, and Ernie, you can reflect on this, that this takes an enormous amount of pressure off the administration. And, you know, this is all, I think if we wait and we start to interview people, we're going to go through a whole process, and it's just going to be stretching this a lot longer than we'd want to see. So this seems to be a company that has everything in place, and at this point, I would be for going for it.
Commissioner, you're right. I mean, the staff, we do not have the capability to monitor all these grants and ensure compliance. It has to be done in some other manner, and I made that clear from the time we started talking about doing a nonprofit grant program, and that's been made clear. We just do not have that kind of staff. The skills of auditing and monitoring are very different than those skills of narrating and putting together a grant application. So not sure we could find such a person, but you're right. The time that it would involve, you know, we're 3 to 4 months down the road before we could advertise and hire somebody, get them on board, and then of course there aren't experts out there in ARP at this point because everybody's new at this, so there's going to be a learning curve for them as well. But it could be done. It's just we just don't get anything started for 3-4 months down the line.
I was shocked at the number. I also laughed at the number, because with every project that comes forth, there's always an opportunity for another company to make money. And that's what's happening here. And but that's what it is. That's in today's world. So
You notice we had 3 prices, and they were all very close.
Commissioner Grimes.
All right, thank you, Chairman Zell. So a question, so we have the bids and the bid responses here. So isn't it possible to go back to the 3 who bid with a sort of ask them to revise their bids to sharpen them up a little bit based on some of the comments that Commissioner Bernheim, Commissioner Kramers, and others have said tonight without starting over?
We would have to go through recipient by recipient and try and define what that particular recipient is going to need, and then tell the firms what we expect they're going to need so they could price it and put hours to it, then that's just an impossible task for us. We can't do it. That's why we went out with an RFP that said, you all know the ARP regulations. You've been involved in this. We're looking for somebody with some experience with grant monitoring, and we're asking you to give us a price for what it would take to monitor these 20-some grants that we've awarded. We showed them. We didn't hide the number of grants or what they're for. They were included with the RFP that we issued. So I just don't know that we could do that. You'd have to go case by case, and we just don't know. I mean, some of these organizations may have good financial systems and everything's in order. Others may have to be taught how they're going to need to prepare reports and document their expenses. And then the ones that are serving people, I know we joked about salads, but look, Meals on Wheels is going to have to provide documentation that the folks that they're serving are low and moderate income. Are they doing that now? We don't know.
Okay, so I'm sorry.
Well, yes, Commissioner Barnes,
Go ahead.
Brandon looked like he wanted to respond, and then we'll continue with you, Commissioner Barnes.
If I may, and, that's why the leading trend for a lot of ARP-associated contracts and consulting are often framed as a not-to-exceed number, right? Because there are a lot of uncertainties. As was mentioned before by Manager McNeely, ARP is kind of a whole new realm for a lot of municipalities, right? And there's a lot of subjectivity in some of the expenditures. So the opinion of staff in terms of how we framed our request was in that not to exceed, understanding that as we referenced before, some organizations will need a lot more time and attention than others, and those ones that don't will potentially reduce the overall cost of the proposal. And if I may provide a quick example, the township did award a very similar format in a not-to-exceed proposal to Triad Associates for reviewing the ARP Vitality submissions. I believe the amount was a not-to-exceed about $40,000. By the end of the day, the township only expended, I think it was about $8,000 to $10,000. So, framing it as a not-to-exceed puts that cap and allows staff the flexibility to work with the consultant to minimize the costs as much as we could, which we did with Triad and Associates to reduce it from that cap of 40 to about 8,000 to 10,000.
So if I might
Yes,
just finish my thoughts. And look, I mean, I have no desire to delay this any more than is appropriate. I also have no desire to start over again if that's what's needed, although I will say that I believe that you can go back to the people who responded and ask them to revise their bids rather than starting over, although of course that's not I'm not here to draw conclusions as to a legal process with the RFP. But having said that, I share others' uncomfortable feeling that, and I, by the way, wonder if all of the bidders, and I don't know this, understood the sort of the nature of these grants when they bid on this work. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't focus on it, but they gave us large numbers. And I have two concerns. One is that even though it's a not to exceed, as we've heard, well heard, it's a lot of money. And without being personal to any of these bidders, I think there's a difference between someone that's doing a job knowing they have $71,360 to spend as opposed to a not to exceed of $50,000. You approach it sometimes differently. I will also say that I'm concerned that we are now causing our staff to monitor the consultant and make sure that they've limited what they're doing appropriately so that they stay within bounds, whereas if this were somewhat less, you might not have to do that. So again, and I'm not looking to delay this, but I'm also concerned with the amount and would prefer that we get this honed a little better. Thank you.
Okay. Other commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Bernhardt.
Thank you very much, and I'll be very quick because I'm getting two bites of the apple here. And first, Manager McNeil, I just want to acknowledge, you told us from the start, that this would be necessary and told us why, and, consistency is, a good thing. When I made the comments, I said I was going to have a recommendation. At the end, I didn't get to that. But it's along the lines of what Commissioner Grimes is recommending, and that is also along the lines of what you and I discussed, and that is going back to them and have them tailor what they're doing. Because I think if they do that and they recognize that our concern of that not to exceed $71,360, maybe, you say that number, somehow people magically, hit that number, and parenthetically, in our packet, the not to exceed language wasn't included in the portion of what was to be considered, but that is in their proposal. They know also it may be higher. I believe that if they were to take another look at this, similar to what I've outlined, and maybe not as flippantly, certainly as I outlined, some of the programs and what needs to be done, that they may be able to tailor what that, top benchmark may be if they provide the services, which you've made the unequivocally clear point, is necessary, to go forward. And then if I can just note, whether this is being funded by, the ARP federal money or the Lower Merion money, makes no difference in our analysis. It's still, taxpayer money. And when I saw that all of these things came in fairly similar, there is out there in the world a rule of thumb of close to that 10% of what that gross number is, and thus it appeared to be a little bit of bootstrapping that was taking place to come up with the not to exceed, benchmark for these proposals. So I think that we can drop this down, which ought to theoretically, as Commissioner Grimes has more articulately than I just referenced, could assist staff, because if we're going to have to go ahead and monitor them, then do it on the front end, not wait till something comes in and we get the bill, say, why are you doing this, why are you spending that? I think that'll make all of this, more efficient, and if that's going to require us just to delay this a short period of time, and I don't think any of us really want to delay this at all, I believe that in the long run, that'll be beneficial to all of us.
Okay, I want to follow up on something you said a moment ago, Brandon. Did you say that for the contract we awarded to Triad for evaluating the 40-some proposals, that was for a $40,000, that the actual billing was between $8,000 and $10,000?
I actually just chatted with our finance director, and the total number was $26,250. So.
And the award was for what?
For a maximum of $40,000. So a little bit more than half, but.
Oh, no, sorry, Brent. The maximum that we could go up to was $26,250. What we actually have been invoiced and what we think we're done with is $9,000.
There you go. So,
about a third.
so just to clarify, the not to exceed was about $26,000, and what we've been billed to date was about $9,000. So the overall spending was about $9,000.
And was there township staff time needed to monitor Triad in that process?
Yes, so staff did work with Triad and did monitor what Triad was doing, including several meetings with Triad to evaluate their metrics and meet with them to understand how they scored the different proposals.
And Commissioner, whether the contract's $10,000 or $100,000, we monitor every one of our consultants and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. Okay. Seeing no other commissioner comments, I'll ask now for any public comment on this item. Anybody in the room wish to comment on this? Okay, Jody, is there anybody online who would like to comment on this discussion, this agenda item?
No one has their hand raised.
Okay. I'm going to make a motion, and I'm going to slightly amend the motion that's in our agenda to incorporate the phrase "not to exceed" with the intent to have an outcome similar to what our management team just described occurred with Triad in terms of their time and the results. A billing that was 1/3 of the authorized amount was an impressive outcome from the township's perspective, particularly as Commissioner Bernheim notes, we are watching taxpayer money, whether it's federal money or township money. And so that's, to me, a very persuasive information as to how township management will look at this contract if we are to approve it. So I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of the execution of a professional service contract in an amount not to exceed $71,360 with UHY Advisors Mid-Atlantic, Inc. for American Rescue Plan nonprofit grant monitoring and administration consulting services. The motion has been made and is seconded by Vice President Kramer.
I have a point of order to ask a quick question,
Certainly,
if I may.
yes.
My apologies. Brandon, I did not see in their proposal how often they intended to submit billing for their time expended. Maybe I missed it and you're aware?
That was not included, but, we could basically dictate a monthly term if needed, or
Which is-
quarterly if.
Right, which is where I was headed. That would help us monitor what's going on if they are then providing us detailed bills stating what services they rendered and the amount of time they spent doing it. So I would hope we don't have to have an amendment to this motion that be included in the contract with that gentleman's agreement, so to speak.
Yeah, and absolutely, and that's one of the aspects that allowed us to control the cost for the Triad contract, was that their billing included itemized times for each of their staff people working on the scoring of the ARP projects. So we would make sure that that would be included in any contract with them.
Okay, thank you. My apologies.
No
Commissioner
problem at all. So a motion's been made and seconded. Are there any final questions or comments? If not, all those in favor, raise your hand. Are there any opposed? Madam Secretary, that motion passes 8-3. It passes 9-3. The second one.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on to the seventh and final item on tonight's Finance Committee agenda, which is for the committee to consider money going in the other direction. Can you tell us more, Eric?
Yeah, so this is the first time I brought an issue like this to the board. This will be very quick. We have a township-wide policy in terms of how we dispose of any township personal property, any of the township's property. Generally, we put that out to auction. We bring before you lists. We've done that a couple times last year. But in accordance with our policy, we also do have the ability to do a private sale that doesn't go through an auction process. If it is done to another township, school district, volunteer fire company, nonprofit organization. We have done this in the past, but generally with items which have a very low kind of fair market value. Something that might be a couple $100s or whatever that doesn't come to the board. But over the summer, there was a rather catastrophic loss of a township over in Lancaster County to their public works facility, where they basically lost all of their equipment, vehicles, and things of that nature. So they put out a call around October if anyone had certain equipment, dump trucks, spreaders, things of that nature that they were going to get rid of, that they would like them prior to the winter snow season. We happen to actually have a dump truck with a plow and spreader that was approved for auction by the board. Our public works staff reached out to them. They sent pictures. The people came out here and inspected it. They offered us what our staff felt was a very fair price and took it away and might have been using it the last couple of days if they had snow out in their direction. But we also do have to then come back to the board because it is over a $2,000 threshold to then have the board approve that transaction, so to speak. So that's what we're here to do, is just to have the board ratify the sale of this equipment to RAPHO Township, which is near Manheim in Lancaster County. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Ernie or Eric, is there any assessment of that you have on the value here? I mean, versus
Well-
what would be obtained in an auction?
Well, like I said-
Recognizing that it's difficult to understand or to forecast what would be obtained in an auction.
Like I said earlier, and as pointed out in the issue briefing, both our fleet manager and our public works director evaluated that price and felt that was fair. So we do not feel as though the township was giving anything away in terms of its personal property. It was getting a fair return and giving it to another municipality that was in a state of need, which, we hope others would do the same if we were in that state.
I did see that. Okay, questions or comments from other members of this committee? Seeing none, do any members of the public in the room have any questions or comments on this item? Jody, are there any other questions or comments?
No.
I will move that the Finance Committee recommend to the Board of Commissioners notification of the sale of one Lower Merion Township dump truck in the amount of $15,500 to RAPHO Township, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, in accordance with the township's personal property disposal policy. Do I have a second? I do, from Commissioner Whalen. The motion is made and seconded. All those in favor, raise your hand. Are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that motion passes unanimously, and that completes the business of the Finance Committee this evening. President Simon.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff. We'll move right along to the Building and Planning Committee meeting. I recognize it's Vice Chair, Commissioner Whalen.
It's a clever trick, Commissioner Grimes. Certainly, we have 6 items on the Building and Planning Committee agenda for this evening. The first one relates to the authorization to release funds held in escrow. So I will begin by making a motion to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval to release funds held in escrow as improvement guarantees in accordance with Section 135-7 of the Township Code for the following: 121 East City Avenue, I'm going to skip that, Bala Shopping Center, escrow release number 4, final in the amount of $8,000, and 920 Youngsford Road, Gladwin Montessori School, escrow release number 4 in the amount of $151,592. Commissioner Grimes is back. Are there any questions or comments by commissioners? Seeing none, are there any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none. In that case, I will call this matter to a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, that passes unanimously. And for number 2, I will cede the floor back to Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you. My apologies for my tardiness. The next item on page 10 of our agendas is Certificate of Appropriateness. There's only one on the agenda tonight. This is to consider for recommendation of the Board of Commissioners approval of a Certificate of Appropriateness as recommended by the Historical Architectural Review Board for 18 West Lancaster Avenue. Before I read the rest of it, let me just ask, you know what? I see, is there any commissioner that's going to want to hear a staff presentation on this matter? So seeing none, I'm just going to go to make the motion and then we'll give it another shot. I move to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of a Certificate of Appropriateness as recommended by the Historical Architectural Review Board at their meeting held on January 2, 2024 for 18 West Lancaster Avenue, Ardmore Commercial Historic District, 2401. Approval to install signage consisting of halo-lit lettering on the front facade above the storefront citing Secretary of the Interior Standard 9. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice Chair Whalen. Any commissioner questions, comments? Seeing none. Is there any public comment on this matter? Seeing none. Anyone online? Okay.
No one with their hand raised. There are people online.
Okay, no one online, so I call the vote. All those in favor, raise your hand signifying aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none. Any abstentions? Seeing none, the motion carries. Next, on page 13 of the revised agenda is preliminary lot line change for 1024 Spring Mill Road and 1300 Mount Pleasant Road. So I see Mr. Doyle and Mr. Leswin. I assume we are going to have a presentation on this one.
I just have a couple slides.
That's fine.
This is a really big property, but a very straightforward application. This is 1024 and 13 Spring Mill Road and 1300 Mount Pleasant Road. It's Villanova. It's off of Spring Mill Road. Many of us have passed it by. 1300 Mount Pleasant Road is truly one of the most beautiful properties in the township. It's what's referred to as Red Rose Farm. Over the years, it's been potentially subject to development over the years, break it up and turn it into smaller properties. Several years ago, one gentleman came in and bought the property and has placed conservation easements on it. And he's also then been buying up property around it and making Red Rose Farm bigger. Most of the time we see estates getting smaller and subdivided. This is an instance where an estate is actually re-estating. It's getting bigger. So the applicant owns these two properties, and what he wants to do is just shift some property around between them. They're both much larger than the minimum lot area in the district. What they're proposing to do is to transfer some land from the Mount Pleasant, or from the Spring Mill property to the Mount Pleasant property, so thereby shrinking the 1024 Spring Mill Road to 3.1 acres and then increasing the larger property to just about 34.2 acres. There's no improvements with this. No new lots will be created. It's just essentially a transfer between the same property owner. There is a partial waiver required of code section not to install all concrete road control monuments at the right-of-way of the property. This is a very large property, and concrete, and you can imagine with all those many corners, there'd be a lot of monuments. Working with the township engineer to make sure the property corners are in, they'd be pins, but just not concrete monuments. Township engineer and staff support that waiver request. This is what the subdivision looks like. The area in dark green is 1300 Mount Pleasant Road, 1024 Spring Mill Road. The area that is all in bright green is its current outline. The area with the black lines is what it will be shrunk down to. And at 3.1 acres, it's still much larger than the 2 acre minimum requirement for that zoning district. To do this, there's also going to be a couple easements that are between the two properties, one a driveway easement and the other utility easements, one for water service and one for sanitary sewer. Staff has no issues. Planning Commission recommended approval. Happy to answer any of your questions.
Okay, thank you. I just have an initial question. Has the applicant told us why they want to do this?
They have not, but Mr. Brosman is here to represent the applicant, and he can answer that.
Okay, I'm not going to do that right now, but thank you. Just thought it was a natural question. So, Commissioner questions, comments for Chris, or we can call Mr. Brosman up if anyone has any questions for him. Okay, I see none, so let me put a motion on the table. I will recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of a preliminary lot line change plan for 1024 Spring Mill Road and 1300 Mount Pleasant Road. Plan shows conveyance of 72,055 square feet from 1024 Spring Mill Road to 1300 Mount Pleasant Road, reducing 1024 Spring Mill Road to 3.1 acres and increasing 1300 Mount Pleasant Road to 34.14 acres. Is there a second? Thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. Anything further from commissioners? Seeing none, is there any public comment on this matter? Seeing none, and there is nobody online, so we will call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand signifying aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next on page 25 of the revised agenda, we have a preliminary subdivision plan for 37 Simpson Road in Ardmore.
Great. This is a relatively straightforward two-lot subdivision plan. It's very close to the township building. Simpson Road dead ends into the Lancaster Avenue, really at the front of the township building. At the end of that block is 37 Simpson Road. As you can see here in the air photograph, it's at the corner of Simpson Road and East Athens Avenue. You can also see there's a general pattern of platting here of houses on lots. And this is a corner property, and it's a big corner property. It's always been an undeveloped lot. And finally now, the owner has sold it, and they're coming in to subdivide the property and to build that house on that lot. This was originally before the Planning Commission last December. It came to the Planning Commission, there was a lot of discussion, and the Planning Commission made a lot of good comments, and then the developer, instead of coming to the Building Planning Committee in December, granted the township an extension, worked with staff, worked with the neighbors and the community. Many people are here tonight, and they're bringing back a slightly modified plan that addresses many of the concerns that were raised at the Planning Commission. But this is really, it's very straightforward. It's one lot. It conforms to, it creates two conforming new lots, and it will have two new homes on it. What the real issue is that came out is how are the lots going to be oriented? So what was brought before the Planning Commission in December were two new lots. It's essentially a square lot. So you could divide two lots, and they could face Simpson, or they could face onto East Athens. And the applicant had brought forward a plan that where that both houses faced onto East Athens. There was some concern expressed by the neighbors and of this and the layout, because, and I'll explain in some of our analysis, that the pattern of Simpson Road is regular houses, and there's a certain rhythm to that. And there's a request from the developer, could they just shift the lots? Could the lots then take frontage off of Simpson? But the applicant couldn't do that just on the whim. They had to draw it up. And what they did was they spent that time over the holidays. They came to a meeting just last Thursday with the neighbors and a civic association, presented those plans, talked about some of the other details. So you'll have a series of revised conditions tonight. This is somewhat unusual. So in the packet that went out on Friday, you have your standard conditions of approval. Yesterday, I believe, we sent out a revised final agenda. In that final agenda, there's an issues briefing and another set of conditions. So after you listen to my presentation and you decide if you like the application oriented to Athens, keep the conditions from Friday. If you like the design that's oriented to Simpson, take the Fridays and just use the ones that came to you on Tuesday. They're two completely different sets. We didn't want you to have to compare between the two. So there isn't much difference between the two applications other than the frontage. You can see that the driveway, they're still going to have one driveway on Simpson, one driveway onto East Athens. The stormwater is roughly the same position. It pretty much involves the clearing of the entire site. This is a lot of development on the site. There is some grading involved. Just about all of the old vegetation is going to need to be cleared and new vegetation planted. One of the concerns of this is the corner property, and this came up in both applications. The houses, these are big houses, but there's also big houses on Simpson. And there's a short side of the house and a long side to the house. And the concern was the articulation of the long side of the house on the outside. So it's the one that faces the corner. The applicant has done a good job of creating an entrance, making it look like that is the front of the house, so it treats the corner well, but it's still a large, bulky house. At the neighbors' meeting last week, there was a discussion of a way to mitigate a large, boxy house, as a traditional measure, is creating a wraparound porch. There are two porches on the house that are proposed on the new one, and we've included a condition, and this is supported by the neighbors and accepted by the applicant, of connecting the two porches, creating a wraparound porch. Now, there aren't wraparound porches on Simpson, but the corner, catty corner to there is a funeral home, and the funeral home is another big house, and that big structure has a wraparound porch. So it's consistent with the corner. So it'll be consistent in lot platting with Simpson, but also consistent with the corner, and be consistent with the rhythm of the entire neighborhood. just a couple photos. I just want to show you all the thought that went into this. There was an awful lot of staff analysis that went into this. We worked with the Lower Merion Historical Society. We reached out to find some of the historical precedents. We wanted to look at this to make sure that if a new home was going to go into the neighborhood, it looked like that was the home that should have gone 90, 100 years ago when this neighborhood was originally developed. We did some analysis, and we pulled some of the files to look at the rhythm of the entire block, and we were able to do this and look at how the new houses go. And what this graphic shows is the conditions along Simpson, and you can see there's a routine pattern of this. While there is a big building at the other end of it, that's an institutional building. That's associated with the church. The original plan that was presented in December showed a much larger house on the rhythm of Simpson. Now it's replaced with the two smaller ones, so you get the traditional rhythm that's been going down the street. This is just a photograph of last week. The Ardwood Civic Association met, the developer came out. This is exactly how the process is supposed to work. There were a lot of good questions made, a lot of give and take. We were refining conditions right up to today. It was a little bit of a quick turnaround. But it seems that at that sort of level where the neighborhood could ask those questions and participate, that a lot of that was done. And I do want to give a lot of credit to the Planning Commission for kind of initiating this sort of discussion. Here's just a rendering. It doesn't show the porch. They weren't able to do that from last Thursday onto this, but you can see this is the rendering of the two new homes. They do have generous porches as is. I think the difference that you'll see is that the porch on lot 1 will be wrapped and connected, helping to mitigate some of that mass of that building. There are numerous architectural conditions to make sure that these homes are consistent. The applicant has accepted just about all of them. They had to draw this up. They had to make sure that they did that. And these are above and beyond what's required by code, and the applicant did work with staff and took our design suggestions from the community to heart, and we're happy to see that, happy to report out that they're able to actually do that. So just to revise those conditions, so you have, what I'm asking you to do is work off the conditions on your issues briefing, and then we just have 4 quick modifications to it. The first is removing number 4 under ordinance requirements. This is really a requirement that'll come out in a grading permit. It's not necessary. There's no harm by deleting it, but it's just not necessary for here. That'll get picked up with the grading permit. One of the key conditions that we are asking to be modified is the number 2, and this relates to some existing vegetation between the house on Simpson Road, the existing house on Simpson Road, and the new house going in. The original condition reads that the developer shall preserve arborvitae along the shared property boundary with 35 Simpson Road. The developer looked at this. There are some newer arborvitae. It's a complex hedge. There's a big old hedge. There's some other smaller arborvitae. They feel that those might get damaged while they're grading. This doesn't necessarily impact the privacy between the two lots. So we wanted to revise this to add the phrase, to the greatest extent feasible, all arborvitae determined to be infeasible to preserve and required for removal shall be replaced. Also adding in those same feasibility sections to conditions 11 and 13, that the first floor stone material and fascia coursing along Athens Avenue elevation shall be continued toward and wrap the Simpson Road elevation first floor to maintain neighborhood consistency and material weight hierarchy to the greatest extent feasible. And number 13, the stone first floor material shall also continue from Simpson Road elevation to the left side elevation to the extent necessary to align with the depth of the roof form to the greatest extent feasible. The applicant looked at this. They believe they can meet most of it, but they need a little bit of flexibility. This is above and beyond code. We're happy to grant that, and we thank the applicant for working with us. That's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any of your questions. The applicant is also here.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner questions, comments, and before I do that, let me just say for ease of, so everyone knows what we're talking about, because we have 2 versions of this, I'm going to suggest that we call the original version, version 1, and the one that was updated last week with the 2 houses reconfigured, that would be version 2. So just so everybody's clear on which version we're talking about. So Commissioner Courtney, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. I just wanted to ask about the stormwater or the impervious surface calculation. Was that done on version 1 or version 2?
I'm not following.
The impervious surface calculation. So this property, as it stands right now, is like 23%, and then the two proposals, each one is going up to almost 45%, which is our limit. And so I wanted to know if they put that wraparound porch on, are they going to be over 45%?
That's a really great question. The applicant asked us at the same time. They were thinking of putting a wraparound porch on, but they were thinking of the porch as being a deck. And as a deck, it would be counted as impervious surface. A porch in the front yard setback is not counted as impervious surface. Several years ago, when we started to see a trend of larger, bulkier houses coming in, right? There was a lot of new development coming in, and you were seeing a lot of our neighborhoods that had 1.5, 2.5 story buildings, and then you were seeing these big, bulkier, squarer buildings coming in. One of the ways that we would ask staff, we would say, developer, could you please put a porch on here to help mitigate the mass of this? You're just basically building a giant cube. And the developer said, I would really like to, but I don't have any impervious surface. So there was an ordinance that was passed about 10 years ago, and it's still in the code, that exempts porches. It exempts porches, so porches can extend into the setback, and they don't count for the impervious. You need to provide the stormwater, but they don't count for the impervious.
Okay, I mean, I guess it's inevitable that the impervious would go up since you're creating a whole second house. But I think we should keep an eye on it because they are right at the limit. So, thanks, Chris.
Thank you. Other commissioner questions, comments? President Sonnet.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Chris, I appreciate the work done by staff and the planning commission and the neighbors and the builder, developer in this case to make this development more contextual with a street that clearly had a very clear predefined rhythm. I'm surprised that the initial proposal rotated the houses 90 degrees. That's so jarring with what was there. It's an issue that certainly we experienced in Ward 12, where we had some infill houses that, despite the best efforts when we passed the new zoning code to try and make sure there were, I think you described it as like, the wrong size teeth, right? Like we got some inappropriate teeth, right? Like that unfortunately when they show up in a neighborhood, really have a lot of collateral impacts on the other houses in the neighborhood. And so I'm particularly sensitive to it. And so, as you and I discussed, I noticed it, and I'm grateful that that's not what we're getting here. Though I had a question, which is that, and this comes up all the time, I guess, in these sorts of things, that, condition 6 is the developer shall seriously consider reorienting the lots to front Simpson Road, which is about as strong of a consider as we ever see. But, other things like are not a consider, right? So the applicant, condition 12 is the applicant shall extend a hipped roof and porch to the full length along East Athens Avenue. That's something else that the code also, we cannot require, right? So there are things that we cannot require that like have shalls, and there are other things that we cannot require that have considers. It is really important to me that condition 6 actually happens. Maybe you could just give me some color as to like, did things just sort of like, not sure we're going to agree to that, or like what's going on?
So these conditions reflect real world events. This has happened very quickly. There was a neighbors meeting where the alternative was presented last Thursday. We need to get an agenda out on Friday, and then we need to get a final agenda out yesterday. Some of the conditions that are in here that reorienting, do a serious effort to reorient, instead of coming to you and saying, strike that out, I can just turn to the applicant and say, you've met that, right? We'll just leave that in, let's just go with the approval. Most of the time, anything above code really does need to be, shall consider.
Yeah.
But in this instance, we took the liberty of, we had a discussion with the applicant, we knew what they were willing to give us, we made that, they shall. So that's where we put that in, and it reflects what their designs, their design thinking, what they're committed to doing is.
And if I can be slightly generalize this a bit, you mentioned that there was concern expressed by the neighbors and about the original orientation and scale of this, and also by staff. And you mentioned this trend towards bigger, bulkier, squarer houses, right? All this is part and parcel. What can we do to make this not something that the neighbors have to like stand up and pay attention to say, hey, this is obviously wrong?
Yeah, that is a great question. And we're continuing to refine our zoning code, right? Our zoning code was a big leap forward. One of the things that was in here that you're not seeing the things that are baked into the zoning code that make this work. A predominant front yard setback, right? So if there's a line on the street, the new houses have to meet that, either version 1 or version 2. So there's some other things about the form that does that. What we're going to be seeing with our new development in coming years is what we call infill development, right? It's that house in a neighborhood. There were these big lots around the township. Many of them went away when the new zoning code came because we increased lot frontage, and many of those properties are no longer subdividable. But there are many of those properties that are subdividable where a new house could come in. We're looking at another refinement. The traditional tool to that is a historic district, but there's a lot of baggage sometimes with historic districts, particularly from property owners who you want to impose something on your neighboring property, but you don't necessarily want to do that yourself. There's a lot of concern about that. One of the other tools that we're looking at is traditional neighborhood development. And we've looked at this, and we've been working with a pilot project with some neighbors over in your ward, in the Anthewin Farms area, to come up with specific neighborhood design standards. That could be an overlay district that would say if there is a certain pattern and character to a neighborhood, and codifying what those major character issues are, whether it's the size of the house, roof lines, that could be put in. And I think that's going to be a continual refinement of our code. That's where we're going to. We have the big districts. Now we need to do it almost on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis.
And that would be an opt-in thing. That would not be a mandatory thing. Like a neighborhood would opt into that.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Important.
It might not work everywhere, but it's certain. There are neighborhoods like this one. I mean, certainly this neighborhood would be eligible for a historic district, but it would also be eligible for this. I don't want to call it historic district light, but a traditional neighborhood development, something that still gives you those major issues that you're really trying to do with the historic district.
It'd be eligible for the houses faced the right way.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
That's it. Great. Vice President Kramer?
Thank you. I support the most recent version, which is the version that the community supports, right? So that's version 2. I just want to comment on what a great example this is of the process really working and the community working together, and I'm very grateful to everybody that participated in the process so constructively, the staff, the builders, the neighbors, the Planning Commission, and Ardwood Civic. I think this is a really great product, and I think that you collectively went about this in a really constructive way, and I think that the neighborhood, everybody benefits as a result. So thank you very much for your work.
Okay. Thank you. Other commissioners, Commissioner Bernheim.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Thank you very much, Commissioner Grimes. Earlier tonight, we talked about tree canopy, and there are a bunch of comments from Montgomery County about trees and having too many or too few and preserving one tree. And can you just tell me where this winds up?
Yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to. This has changed from a recommendation from the Planning Commission, so the county letter doesn't reflect this orientation. Right. It was changed between the Planning Commission and there. The reality is that the vast majority of vegetation on this site is going to be lost. It's going to be cleaned and scraped.
Is there some large tree that
there is a large tree in the lawn that's just, it's with the grading and the construction of the new house, that will go. Mm-hmm. But there is, we were able to preserve a large evergreen hedge, about at least over 10 feet, maybe 15 feet, between an existing house on Simpson and this new house. And that's one of the conditions that I'd read before, where the applicant's been working with us to make sure that that greenery stays, because that is there. With the new house and the new lot, our subdivision code and includes a lot of greening requirements. So there's a lot of landscaping. There's going to be new street trees coming in and a lot of greenery that comes in with this house.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Other commissioners? Questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, and let me just say before we move to public comment, as Chris had mentioned, the applicant is here. If anyone had any questions specifically for the applicant, now would be the time. So, still seeing none. Okay, so we will move to public comment on this matter. If anyone has any public comment, we would ask you to come to the podium directly across from me. For those of you who may, the other side, please. For those of you who've never done this before, we generally we ask you start by stating your name and the area of township you live in, and to generally keep your comments to about 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Hello, I'm Sharon Eckstein, and I am the unnamed next-door resident at 35 Simpson Road next to this property. I guess I have to say it's familiar to be back here, but it's been a while. So I basically have 4 points. One of them is about process, and I do want to thank the township for their efforts. I want to thank the builder for their meeting with the Civic and with the neighbors. But I do also want to state that although we are saying the process works, it's with the caveat that we had about 50 people come to the Planning Commission, and we had over an hour of public comment, and we had to generate the process to work. So I just want to say that the burden does often fall on the neighbors to stay vigilant, and it would be great if there was a way that that wasn't always the case. That being said, this plan does include a demolition of a non-historic yet historic house that's over 100 years old. At the Planning Commission, we heard Lower Merion Conservancy discuss the value of this home. All of our homes on the block are of the same era. We know we cannot oppose the demolition, but it is unfortunate that despite the ability to sell this home as is for $900,000, very likely as is, it is being demolished. So just wanted that to be known. And yet the new proposal does honor the wishes of the neighbor next door, much more than what was there before. It does put the new home exactly in the form of the current home. It means that I will not have to look at driveways and backs of garages. And it does meet some of the concerns that we've raised earlier. But I do want to say about the arborvitae that are on the boundary line. They are really shared property, the main ones in the middle. The language that's being proposed now, that's a modification of language, was shared with me, but literally moments before this meeting. And I don't know if it actually reflects the understanding of the conversations between the applicant and myself, because there are 5 very large trees that are in the middle. And my understanding from discussions, and I don't want to speak for the applicant, is that those are staying and they will be protected, and that there will be 3 feet on each side to protect them. I would love to see language that specifies that. There are smaller trees which may or may not be on the property line. They may be in 37 Simpson Road's property farther back near the garage. Those are not problematic if those have to be removed and replaced with other shrubs. But I want to explain that there are certain ones that are of great concern to me to stay as they are. I think it would also be difficult to remove them. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Go ahead, sir.
Douglas Fries, Ardwood Civic. Our position statement is Ardwood Civic Association has a deep appreciation for the character and charm of the homes in the neighborhood, and generally prefer restoration of existing homes and not demolition. If demolition is unavoidable, we care deeply about what is built back in place and think there are many reasonable accommodations builders need to consider. New homes should fit into the neighborhood in color scheme, finishes, and materials, match the rhythm of the street in terms of design, mass, and scale, have greening with native plants and shade trees, and have a proper stormwater management system. in particular respect to 37 Simpson. We appreciate Rare's Builders' willingness to meet and work with the neighbors. While we would prefer the existing home be preserved, if that isn't possible, we favor the proposed revisions with the homes both facing Simpson. Ardwood Civic Association has communicated several requests as a result of our public outreach efforts, which should be represented in the B&P notes. We want to thank Chris Leswing and Holly Colello for meeting with the community and working tirelessly to incorporate our requests. Inclusion of a wraparound porch on 39 Simpson, use of earth tone colors, use of stone at the foundation of the house, window shutter and shingle design, and additional articulation on 37 Simpson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else for public comment?
Hi there, Jeff Levine, 23 Simpson Road. I just hope I can get some clarification on, I think it was conditions number, there were new conditions 12 and 13 or 11 and 12 that were on the screen there, having to do with, I think it had to do with the stone at the foundation, which was a concern brought up last Thursday evening, but maybe Chris or the applicant can put that in plain English, what those two conditions meant. Because the concern was that rather than have a foot of concrete basically showing at the foundation, which is very unlike what the other houses on the block, that there would be more stone showing at the foundation level. And I'm wondering if that's what those two conditions actually mean.
Okay, thank you. The way we work is that staff can address the comments as appropriate once we're finished the public comment. Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Carla Marat. I'm from Marion, not Ardmore. However, I was lucky enough to be here for another reason, and saw the Planning Commission meeting when the original plan that our township staff, building planning department reviewed was presented to the Planning Commission. And I have 3 comments. The first is that I want to underscore Sharon Eckstein's point about the role that the neighbors played in the changes, the outcome that you see. There were many, I don't know where everybody is tonight, but there were many there and at that meeting, and they did influence the Planning Commission. In fact, several members of the Planning Commission noted that they were influenced in their vote and their recommendations. So the neighbors really, I would be applauding the neighbors. Secondly, I wanted to also underscore, just as another Lower Merion citizen who cares about issues like this, in my neighborhood, for example, the problem of the demolition of the historically important home. One of the key messages that I heard the neighbors giving to the developers the last time around was considering the option, please, of preserving the existing home and getting profit from it by renovating it and so on, as well as then building another home. And subsequently, I've heard that home is beautiful. I heard it from someone who lives across from it. And I also want to say that the Director of Historic Preservation for the Conservancy gave a very compelling justification for preserving that particular home because of its historical significance for Ardmore, the man who built the home, and so on. And so, although this was a by right accomplishment for the developers, I think that I'm not the only person in our township who would like to see some kind of changes made so that parcels like this that can be subdivided, that have important properties, homes, et cetera, on them, that emanate the pre-existing character of a neighborhood, be retained rather than demolished for new development or infill or whatever the term is. The third point I want to make, I want to thank Commissioner Courtney for raising the issue of the stormwater issues, the impervious surface, because several neighbors who were here at the Planning Commission raised this point with, I'll say, enthusiasm about the current stormwater issues in their neighborhood. I don't know what happened to some of those homes yesterday, but I'm sure that the kinds of basement water problems and the people complained and worried about happened in spades yesterday. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kathleen Applenow, Director of Historic Preservation at the Conservancy. First, I'd just like to start out by thanking the Planning Commission, Chris Leswing and his staff, including Jillian Dierks and Greg Pritchard, for spending many, many hours, I know, on making a really cookie-cutter development better. So, yeah, I mean, really, hats off to the Planning Commission for working so hard on this project, especially considering the fact that it was virtually by right. The Conservancy can't celebrate this development, though. The demolition of 37 Simpson is really regrettable. It's contrary to the comprehensive plan. The first recommendation of the plan is to maintain the township's established residential neighborhoods, and this is certainly not a project that is. And I know that this is not a designated house. It's not on the inventory, it's not in an historic district, but I think that the application discussion about it merits some discussion about the history and significance. And I did talk a little bit about this to the Planning Commission, but you're a whole new group and you're voting on this, so I hope you'll just indulge me for a couple of minutes. So, this house is intact. It's part of also a very intact traditional neighborhood. This neighborhood has a unique sense of place, not just in Lower Merion, but in Ardmore and in South Ardmore. And it really contributes to the character of Ardmore and to the township as a whole. In fact, the house is in a neighborhood that was proposed for an historic district maybe 10 years ago. Discussion about the possibility of creating an historic district has resurfaced from time to time, and regrettably, I mean, in my opinion, it failed for a number of reasons, and maybe it could be re-explored at some point. But the township memo really provides an excellent history of the house, and I know that's courtesy of our excellent preservation planner, Greg Pritchard. So I'm not going to say too much to elaborate on that. I hope that you've all had an opportunity to read that component of the staff memo that includes the history of the neighborhood. The neighborhood obviously has a very distinct character, and it's determined by its collection of houses. The houses have distinctive features, including very imaginative roof lines, fenestration patterns of the windows, porch supports, but they share, in many ways, the same scale. Building materials, setback, orientation to the streets, deep front porches, etc. And if you'll just indulge me a little bit more about the history, if you don't know the architect of the house, and I did mention this at the Planning Commission, you should. His name is Daniel Judge Deneen, and he was known as Ardmore's architect. So he did a lot in Ardmore, including the Ardmore Avenue School that was demolished in 1965 or so. At the time of his death in 1904, right around the time that 37 Simpson was built, the local paper, which was called the Ardmore Chronicle, recognized him, noting that Deneen had, without a doubt, contributed more to the improvement not only of our little village, and he's referencing Ardmore, but of the adjacent countryside than any man who has been his contemporary. That's probably a little bit too much, but that's a early 20th century newspaper for you. He leaves as monuments to his memory the most beautifully designed public and private buildings in Lower Merion, and he designed a majority of the houses in that neighborhood. moving forward. There are no preservation remedies or demolition moratoriums that the board can impose. We know that. In addition, the plan for the house is largely, it does meet code. It complies with the township zoning code. But this is not the last time that a house in a traditional neighborhood will face or be confronted with the prospect of demolition and redevelopment. It's happening all over the township. Traditional neighborhoods are vulnerable because they've got an older building stock. And it's going to continue to happen. It's happening in my own neighborhood. I live in a traditional neighborhood. So although this ship has sailed, I'd just like to reassert something that Chris Leswing noted about possibilities for the future. TNDs, traditional neighborhood districts. He and staff, I know, have been working very closely with the Anthony Farms neighborhood, as has Commissioner Sinai, and I hope that that's moving on because they have faced similar threats to their historic building stock. So this kind of zoning would ensure or help to ensure that new development is more compatible with the existing building fabric. But also, residents could push for something, or at least have conversations about it. We could start having conversations about something that would be, in fact, kind of a historic district-like, and that's a conservation district. I worked very, very closely with the state and the borough of Narberth a few years ago to help create a borough-wide historic district in Narberth that is really more of a conservation district. So it really predominantly regulates demolition. It doesn't look to materials and roofs and siding. It doesn't control for additions. That's all part of zoning. But it really helps to control demolition. This is something that...
Kathleen, if you could mind wrapping up your comments.
Yeah, I get 5 minutes, right?
What's that?
I get 5 minutes. I'm over.
You've actually had over 6.
Okay. Yeah, I'm wrapping up. I'm sorry, Commissioner Grimes. But anyway, it's something that perhaps the township can look at. Demolition is really the core, the heart of that kind of regulation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, is there anyone on?
We do have someone on.
All right, we have someone.
Terry Hyde, I'm going to promote them to
Okay.
a panelist.
There you go. Hello, I'm Terry Hyde, and I live at 48 St. Paul's Road. I'm the neighbor on the other side from Sharon at the corner of St. Paul and Athens. And I apologize, I still don't understand enough about the process, but in the beginning, the grading issue was deleted. And so I just wanted to understand that process. Two concerns in particular. I know we've talked about the arborvitae on the other side, but I wanted to make sure that our fence was not impacted on that side by the grading. And number two, we talked about wet basements, but right now we enjoy a dry basement and a dry garage and want to make sure it stays that way. So I just want to understand the grading process and why that was struck and what protections are in place for that.
Okay, are those all your questions, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, thank you much. Is there anyone else?
No one else has their hand raised.
Okay, so now we'll see if there's responses. I'm going to start with Chris to see if you want to respond to some of the questions that were asked.
Sure, and I'll look over at Joe, and Joe might, Joe Mastronardo, the township engineer, might supplement this. Just going back to the grading issue. With new construction on properties, there's a guideline in township codes, not in the zoning code, but prohibits grading within 3 feet of the property line. So that should help with the fence. If a fence is on a shared property line, it really shouldn't be removed. So the fence should be safe in that instance. With the issue of the wet basement, one of the things that's going to happen on this property that many of the other properties that were constructed in this neighborhood that complained about stormwater is this is going to have stormwater management. So this is a neighborhood that has maybe stormwater issues, but it was developed without stormwater management. These will be new homes with big code-compliant stormwater. The Township Engineer's Office reviews those plans, make sure that the stormwater stays underground. Joe, I certainly can explain that better than I can, but I think the idea is to keep it in a basin and not have it transfer directly sideways and go into other people's basements. Let's see, just getting into, and I think just getting back to a couple of the comments, one of the things that could have stopped the demolition, that was one of the first comments from staff, and this is a long process. I know we've spoken about this already, but when this first comes in, the first comment from staff is, save the house, right? We ask the developer says they don't want to save the house, we try to push them. We don't have any tools to do that. You know, that's where historic districts can make a big difference. Historic districts can do that, but that needs to be, the township has said historic districts, or our process of this is it needs to be locally generated. It's a grassroots effort. The neighbors of that neighborhood wouldn't impose that above and beyond what other people in the community have. That didn't happen here. It was vetted, it went forward, but hopefully we can find other ways that maybe disincentivize that, and I think that's one of the key elements of the traditional neighborhood development, is not only getting new development, but then requiring some of the new housing to be consistent. It really will disincentivize tear downs and really encourage modernization. I think those are all the questions I had. If there's one that I missed, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. You don't have to add anything, Joe. Did you want to add anything?
No, aside from the fact that during the grading permit review process, we will be looking at the perimeter of the property, making sure that the drainage onto adjacent, the matter in which this property drains onto the adjacent properties remains unchanged. And any of these concerns are picked up. You know, I've taken some copious notes about the arborvitae and, you know, the 3-foot buffer that we do make along the perimeter is set up to do that, to preserve some of these shared common elements that, especially landscaping, that appear right along the shared property lines. So, well, we'll confirm that those amenities can remain as a result of construction.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a motion, but before I do it, did any other commissioners want to respond to any of the public comment? President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. I just want to address and I guess underscore all the people who in essence said that contextuality matters in my neighborhood, right? That what we're looking for in a neighborhood that has a lot of similar houses is that, you know, whether it's a new development or renovation, it's consistent with what's there. And I think this project has moved over time to be more consistent with what is there. But I'll still note that, you know, we're replacing one house of 3,200 square feet with two houses, each with a footprint, just a footprint between 2,400 and 2,600 square feet, 3-story houses. They aren't quite as big and boxy. They have more articulation than what we saw go up in Ward 12, but they are still going to feel like someone took like a floor pump to a house and just kind of blew it up a bit. It will look similar in form, but larger, right? At the end of the street, it'll be noticeable. It'll be noticeable. And I feel for residents who all of a sudden think they have bought into an existing established community and it morphs and changes. There are lots of places in the township where that's just kind of not really an issue. The houses are dissimilar on the street, they're far enough apart, they're separated, they don't really interact. There are other places in the township where the interaction, the houses in the neighborhood is not only what creates a look and feel, but creates the feel of the community that people value so much. I think it's beholden on us to find ways to have it not be like, it's by right, what can we do, right? And you know, I'm excited by what Chris and some of my residents are working on. It's something that we had raised originally when this zoning code was passed, and we were not able to do it then. I think it's a valuable tool for neighborhoods for whom they themselves feel that it's important. And I look forward to finding something to do. Sorry, thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you. Other responses to public comment? Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. I have a question and a comment. Ernie, who's responsible?
Commissioner Churchill, this was responding to public comment. There's going to be another opportunity.
Okay.
You've got subject to that if you want to. Go ahead.
Well, wait my turn. Thank you.
Sorry, okay, thank you. Anyone else with response to public comment? Seeing none, I will just respond to public comment along what President Sinai said and what Kathleen just said earlier. This is a great argument for having historic districts. I had just joined the board, I believe, when the South Ardmore Historic District was proposed. I was in favor of it for some of the reasons that have become apparent tonight, in that it's a way to preserve the character and feel of a neighborhood, particularly with historic houses. So I hope that those residents who were good enough to come out tonight or participate by Zoom will consider that, and others in similarly situated neighborhoods, about whether it's right. Sometimes we hear, and we've discussed as a board, that historic districts are somewhat burdensome, particularly to those who don't want to conform to what the historic character is, but here's a case, this is a great case for where they work, so wanted to say that. So let me make a motion, and then we will get back to further commissioner questions and comments. And because this motion is going to be somewhat convoluted given the conversation we've had, I just want to tell you what I am doing first, so you don't have to wonder what I'm doing. I am going to move for the alternative 2, the one that has been worked out last week for tonight, with the additional updated conditions of approval that staff had proposed and that were given to us and that Chris described before. So that is hopefully what this motion is about to do. I am going to recommend to the Board of Commissioners approval of a preliminary subdivision plan for 37 Simpson Road in Ardmore. Plan shows the subdivision of 37 Simpson Road into 2 lots with demolition of an existing 2.5-story single-family dwelling and existing garage, and the construction of 2 single-family detached dwellings on each lot, subject to the conditions of approval shown in the revised January 10, 2024 Building and Planning Committee agenda, as revised by the updated conditions number 1, 2, 11, and 13, as presented by staff. Is there a second? Thank you, Vice President Kramer. Motion's on the table. Other commissioner questions, comments? Commissioner Churchill?
I just had a question and a comment, and this is to Ernie. Who's responsible for changing Class 2 protection? Is it the state?
No, that would be up to the Board of Commissioners, who creates the Class 2 historic classification.
So we could, right now, we have a very weak Class 2 protection. My understanding is we can delay demolition for 90 days, and that's it. Then I think that this board certainly would have the power to provide more relief or more protection for Class 2.
You'd have to go through a process to get there, but theoretically, yes, you could.
What are we waiting for? It's not easy to...
No.
Thank you.
Was that a question for Chris?
Staff is very much aware of that concern by the Board of Commissioners. We are currently inventorying all of the existing historic resources in the township, Class 1s, Class 2s. As part of the code update that we're doing, we will be bringing forward an analysis of that with that recommendation, because we know that is an issue for you, but you'll better understand who owns Class 2 properties, where they're located, what some of the benefits are. The whole issue, it's essentially, historic preservation has been about 25 years for the township, so we're auditing it. We're going to come forward and say, here are the successes, here's the failures, here's what works, here's what doesn't work. Because I think in the first few years we weren't sure that this was going to stick, and now it seems like 25 years. It's been here for a while. We're going to kind of go through it, what works, and then get to that updating. And part of that's the Class 2 issue. But I will say that most of the Class 2 resources that we're referring to are single-family homes. They're not institutional properties, they're not commercial properties, they're just residents.
What's the timeline?
It'll be by the end of the year. We have several other historic preservation items. You'll see a big one next week. There's a lot of historic preservation code things moving through. We have a historic viewshed study that's going to be coming forward soon after that, and a couple other code things. But so we're looking at sometime in the fall to bring that study forward.
I could say more, but thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Zella.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. So I will say more since Commissioner Churchill won't, but I'll do it in the opposite direction. It's not a simple issue. Class 2 designation has worked in many cases, not in all. The room had many more people in it some years ago when this neighborhood was proposed for a historic district. And that had one meeting and it did not advance because of such strong opposition to it. Am I correct in my recollection of the history, Chris?
Yes.
A traditional neighborhood district, which was proposed as part of our zoning change just a few years ago, sounds like it makes a lot more sense. And I think it would be beneficial in this neighborhood and many other neighborhoods. The burden of a HARB district is significant, and those who live in it have complained very frequently here, and to a greater extent than those who have said they benefit from it. And so these are not simple issues. And I know there's been some discussion and opinions voiced that Class 2s don't make sense. I don't share that view. I think Class 2s do make sense. So I would just say, Commissioner Churchill, the reason we haven't done it is because it's not easy to do. And Chris is going to bring forward proposals and ideas, and there will be a lot of debate that ensues, is my view. And so I just think it's important to lay out some of the history. Thank you, Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you.
We will find consensus.
Okay, other commissioner questions, comments? Seeing none, okay. So we will call the vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand signifying aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, any abstentions? Seeing none. Motion carries. Thank you. Moving on now, we have two authorizations to advertise proposed ordinance. We will start on page 55 of the revised agenda. I'm going to have some introductory comments about this topic, but I first anticipate we're going to have a motion, so I'm going to recognize Vice President Kramer.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we have this item for discussion only and postpone a vote.
Okay, thank you, and I will second that. So
It's
we have
a motion to table?
It's a motion to postpone, and if I may, I believe the intention, Commissioner Kramer, if you don't mind, Vice President Kramer, I'm sorry, is to postpone until next month's Building and Planning Committee?
To a date certain.
Is that correct?
I believe so. So
Okay.
for tonight, for discussion only.
Okay, right. So there's a motion to table, and it's seconded. We will call the vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand signifying aye. Are there any opposed? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. So anticipating that, I'd like to frame the conversation. The motion that Vice President Kramer made was because, if I may be presumptuous on the intention, was because several commissioners had expressed questions and concerns about this noise and exterior lighting ordinance as presented by staff. And because of the number, the gravity of the matter, and also the number of questions, comments, and also concerns from some of our community and our civic associations that they had not had enough time to study, we thought that we would postpone the consideration of the motion to advertise tonight. We did decide, though, because it is on the agenda, and because some people might be here in person and also on participating by Zoom because they wanted to hear about this, we decided to allow staff to introduce the discussion tonight. And when I say introduce, and this is not a cue for Chris, I think this is, I'm hopefully saying what he already knows, that he's going to give a general overview of what we hope, of what staff would like to accomplish with these amendments. We are then going to solicit general questions, general as opposed to nitty-gritty questions, general questions from commissioners, understanding that when this is brought back, there will be a fuller opportunity for commissioners to ask more detailed questions or provide more detailed comments at that time. We also are going to allow an opportunity for public comment tonight, since there may be people who wish to do that. So, with all of that groundwork, and a spoiler alert, the next matter on the agenda is likely to be conducted in the same way, so you don't have to hear my speech again. Subject to all that, Chris, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Yeah, with both matters coming forward, there's a lot of legislation before you tonight. Putting it out and having a discussion and bringing it forward to have a chance for everybody to mull it and to go through some of the ideas is really an appropriate way to do this. Staff last brought the noise ordinance forward in May. And at that time, the Building and Planning Committee directed staff to do some additional research. We did some additional research, and it took a couple months to do it, and it was hard to get it back on the agenda, but here we are. It's been essentially 6 months since that came forward. I am here with Ernest Pendleton. Ernest, many of you know Ernest. Ernest is the Assistant Director for Building. Ernest is our Code Enforcement Officer. Essentially, Ernest is the one who really administers the noise ordinance. We've been working hand in hand. He'll be here to answer any questions along with me. So and I'm going to just go back to why we're doing this with the noise ordinance and then what we're doing as well. So in 2020, we updated the Township Zoning Code. As part of that, that was the big code. Then in 2 years, we updated the Subdivision Code. And we're continuing to modernize our codes. We're working through them. Noise and lighting are next, right? We've started to talk about lighting. We're going to be bringing that forward in the next couple months. Noise is this one. We're working our way from the hardest ordinances down towards gradually less complex ordinances going forward. But really, what's in a noise ordinance, right? Right now, it's in a Chapter 105 with noise and lighting. And there's Chapter A and Chapter B, one for noise, one for lighting. And in a noise ordinance, it really has five elements that you're looking at. You're looking at creating objective standards, right? How are you measuring something, right? What is noise? What is something that would be a violation? We want to determine maximum permissible sound levels. That's one of the things where it's a quantitative measurement. What is too much? What is that limit? You want to identify sound measurement locations and sound measurement methodology. Where are you taking measurements from, and how are you doing that to measure noise? And these are things that you would see in the ordinance. You want to identify exceptions, exemptions to that ordinance, things that just wouldn't count because of their unusual nature. And then you also want to have enforcement procedures. And so this is the things that we're doing to update this ordinance. So the first part of that is our existing code today it has some objective standards, but it also has a phrase that is subjective, and we're going to remove that. So we're going to take the definition of excessive noise and modify it. The definition currently reads, it shall be unlawful for any person to make or produce excessive noise, thereby causing annoyance, inconvenience, or detriment to the public or any other person or persons. Noise shall be considered excessive if the sound is subject to this chapter and the sound exceeds the limits set forth. We're going to remove that phrase, causing annoyance, inconvenience, or detriment to the public or any other person or persons, because it is not objective. It is subjective. While no one wants to be annoyed, and the noise ordinance will stop people from being annoyed, but it's just going to quantify in a rational way what is annoyance, right? It can't just be subjective. One person's annoyance is not necessarily another person's annoyance. And our codes need to be fair. So that's just a simple thing that we're doing here to update and modernize this code. The next thing that we're doing is establishing maximum permissible sound pressure levels. This is the limits there where sound can be before it's a violation of the noise ordinance. And we've broken this into residential and non-residential situations. There's residential properties have a certain level of activity, non-residential have another. So there are two levels that are here. They can go up to 75, but really the most important thing that's in here is, and I'll explain it in a future slide, is how we're measuring that. Previously in the code, we had an absolute level. What we're adding now is saying it's a relative level. We're going to base sound violations on the background noise that you have. And then we're allowing a certain amount of noise above that, up to a certain amount, right? So in certain areas of the township, it's quieter than others. It's just the reality. Gladwin, because it is low density, doesn't have a lot of commercial activity, is generally quieter than Penwyn. Right? Penwyn is near City Avenue, it's denser, it has more transportation, it has more areas, not by much, but it is. So the same standard for Penwyn probably doesn't apply to Gladwin. But relatively what we're saying is, in both, whatever that background, whatever that pattern is, you're in a residential district, you're allowed to go 5 beyond it. In a non-residential district, you're allowed to go 10 beyond it. So this was really a big thing that the BMP had directed us to do, and Ernest, to his credit, went out with his staff over the summer and took numerous sound readings throughout the township to determine really what was that average background. We could have probably done thousands more, but this is what we came up with, and we broke it into 5 character areas. The Northwest, which I just characterized as Gladwin, the Central, which is Haverford area, Southwest, Southeast, and Northeast. And you can see that there's a range between them, from 45.5 up to almost 52 of the average during daylight hours. But there was also a maximum in there. So what Ernest's staff did, and he can explain this a little bit further, is look at what was the average background, but what were those spikes? What was that high point? So we wanted to determine, because there was a question when we were debating this before, could we just do one number? Could we do one number and apply it across the township? And it just didn't work. And that's why we really do believe that you need to work off of the background levels. And this chart, no, I don't want that text. Sorry about that. This chart explains what was in the existing code versus the draft that we have. The existing code had, it broke into the day and night for residential and non-residential, and it had certain levels of the maximum and the average for both of those, day and night, and there was a maximum that you could go up to and a maximum average. What all this says is we're going to work off of the background noise. You're allowed 5, and it's only allowed to go up to the maximum average can only be 70. This is less than the existing code is now. While these numbers say 70 and 75, it doesn't mean that they're all going to go there. You have to measure it off of the average. So if the average is 50, you're only allowed to go to 55. In most of these places, these maximum averages are extremely the exception. They are not the average daily piece, but we needed to put those guardrails in at the very end, at the very top end of this, to guide this. We're keeping the same noise measurement locations. We're just reorienting reorganizing the code. So one of the changes is we're moving one of the sections from, we're just kind of recodifying it and putting the same things in, just drawing that to your attention. But then here's a couple of things that I think are very important. We're actually having some exceptions. These are just a summary of the major changes. One of the things that we hear is concern over refuse collection. Right? And particularly we've heard this, and Commissioner Zelloff has brought this to our attention to his credit. In his ward, there are certain neighborhoods that back right up to commercial areas. And those commercial areas start earlier than the residents. And previously, there was a curfew that started at 7 a.m. We're moving that back to 6 a.m. to protect those residents. We think this helps to protect everyone going forward, and we're extending that so people can sleep in a little bit longer. We also have to exempt aircraft and railway transportation. It's just a normal thing that you would add into this. It wasn't in the previous ordinance. We're also exempting residential mechanical equipment that is operating normally. And we're also commercial mechanical equipment that is operating normally and is located at a roof level. We're trying to push essentially things in a commercial area up on top of the property. If you're in one of these commercial districts that's near a residential property, the noise is going to be louder at the ground level as if it's on the roof. So we're trying to incentivize putting these mechanical devices up on the roof to help with neighbors that are immediately adjacent to commercial areas. We need to exempt life safety equipment. These include fire pumps, sirens, fire alarms, ventilation systems controlled by CO detectors and similar devices. We're also creating, this is very relevant to just this last couple days, noise created by emergency generators during a power outage. Noise created by emergency generators are exempt during that power outage, but we also realize that you have to test these generators, right? There's a period of time that you have to do that, but we're limiting that window to 20 minutes, so it can't go on continuously. When we talked last time, and we got caught up in this, about electric landscape equipment, leaf blowers we know are a hot topic. We think that needs to be a separate conversation, right? That we need to update the entire noise ordinance and not get stuck in that. We're happy to have that conversation and come back, but we think the whole township would benefit by just updating the noise ordinance and then coming back and doing some issues with electric landscape equipment and also animal sounds. We went down a rabbit hole of talking about animal sounds last time. I think we can have a separate conversation about that going forward. And we can move those at a later date. Most importantly, we're adding penalties to this. And with penalties in the township, we're not trying to generate revenue. We're not trying to penalize someone. These aren't punitive. These are to bring people into conformance. That is generally what we try to do with penalties, but we're having a reinspection fee and we're increasing the violation from $25 per incident to $100 to get people's attention. That's in summary what we're doing. We're happy to have a conversation. Ernest is here to answer some of the details. Hopefully he's here to answer all the details, and we'll happy to answer your questions.
Okay, so before we start going around, just to confirm, Chris, the two of you and others at staff are currently working on updates based on comments you've already gotten from some commissioners and the community?
Correct.
Okay, right.
Correct.
So what we're seeing in front of us is not likely to be what you present between now and the next time we talk about this?
Well, no, there is an ordinance in your packet, and this is what's in there. We'll be looking for comment, and we'll go through the process, and much like we do with land development, we put it out, and we'll take comments in.
Okay. Commissioner Bernhardt.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Grimes. Chris, thanks for that quick overview. But Ernest, I got a question for you, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Because you're the one that gets out in the trenches to enforce this stuff from time to time. And I recall when we were first contemplating this, one of the issues which was raised is how practical is this going to be? We can have whatever benchmark we want for decibels, but when there's a complaint, by the time the cavalry arrives, the noise is silenced or something else has changed. Can you just tell us from your experience, thus far, the ability of us to actually enforce these provisions?
Yeah, one of the hardships of enforcing the noise ordinance is most of the time, by time our enforcement officers get there, or the police, if it's after hours, someone sees the police show up, they stop doing whatever's making the noise. And you're not going to get them to replicate it. So that's a concern. People will just have to understand, if we don't hear the noise or get a measurement, we can't call it a violation. That being said, we have spoken to our police department, and they have talked about getting their own noise level measurement tools so that when they go out to a call, they can take a measurement and at least have it in a report. So if we understand it was a violation, we can then write the violation and charge the reinspection fee.
Right, and I understand these portable sound devices, and if I'm not mistaken, I think President Sano, you brought one in during this when we were doing it? Yeah, right. In order for us to be able to measure what was taking place. So, yeah, I just was curious as how it's working, let alone what the specifics are and the adjustments. All of these seem to make sense to me. But I appreciate your input, and if there's anything else we could do to assist you in the process, let us know.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Zeloff.
Thanks, Commissioner Grimes. Thanks, Chris, for the presentation. And I guess, one of the things you said is we'll get to landscaping in a different section of our code. Did I hear that correctly? No. We'll get to landscaping at a later time, but within this section of the code. Correct. So if we're going to spend time on this, we need to spend time on landscaping very soon after we do this, because that's, the biggest issue. Noise from landscaping equipment, that's what it seems to me. So I understand the concept of sections of the township. You've proposed 5. I don't quite understand how enforcement will work. It's hard enough for the police to enforce with one township. To do so with 5 different areas, they're not going to know which section of the township, necessarily know which section they're in. What's your thinking on how that will work?
So the basis of the 5 decibel levels over doesn't change from area to area. So the existing code right now, we are required to do a background noise. So if I show up at a noise violation, say Secretary Jody here is playing her guitar too loud, I show up, I take a measurement. Then I go get Secretary to stop playing her guitar. I take a background measurement at that right afterwards. We have to do that now, and that would continue. So we're only measuring if it's what's 5 decibels over the background noise. So we would take that background noise at that time also.
So it doesn't matter if the determination of where it occurs and which section applies will be done by code enforcement, not by PD.
If it's after hours, it could be done by PD, but it's as simple as getting a recording of the noise, having the noise stopped, and taking a recording of the background noise.
So I understand that, but I'm asking a different question. How will the police officer know which section of the township he or she is in?
He doesn't need to know. It doesn't matter.
Right. In Jody's case, they know where they are. But, how about for everybody else?
And I apologize if my graphic was misleading. We were just taking the 5 zones that I characterized were just samples to show that parts of the township are more quiet than other parts of the township. There is one standard that is the baseline. Wherever you are,
Okay.
it's relative.
Okay.
And the magic of that is, in almost every situation, it's going to quiet the neighborhood. It's going to be quieter than the first chart that he showed where we had the solid numbers. There are very few cases where it would be over that.
Okay. Thank you. Then my second comment would be on the, you presented the 2 or more calls to a property within 60 days. That strikes me as too short. 2 or more calls to a property within, a year, it strikes me as, as much more reasonable, because we want compliance. And I know that the goal is to achieve compliance, but sometimes greater enforcement is needed. So if a longer period of time allows to get to beyond warnings and to fines, that would be appropriate. We did that with student housing by extending the period of time from 6 months to a year. Twice in 60 days is a high standard to meet. Twice in a year may make more sense. Those are my initial comments. Oh, and Chris, one other. Thank you for the change on the refuse collection services and pointing that out. That's been that's been an issue in need of a solution, and so this is glad to see this coming to us for that solution. Thanks, Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you. Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. I understand that this data that you collected was over the summer. Half the people in Lower Merion are at the shore on vacation. How does that affect the data that you collected?
The data we collected was just kind of a guide for us to get a sense of the noise levels around the township, to see what is going to be practical. Most of our complaints come in during the summer.
Really?
Yes, during the winter we don't have a lot of complaints. Most of the complaints that come in are due to either home mechanical systems, pool pumps, trash. Typically in the summer, the trashmen start earlier because it gets hotter in the afternoons, so they want to get done earlier. So the majority, I want to say probably 90% of our noise complaints come in during the summer.
So half the people in Avalon, or excuse me, in Lower Merion doesn't affect your data that
Right.
you're stating? Okay.
Okay. Okay, Commissioner Kramer.
In our existing noise ordinance, there are different levels specified for daytime and nighttime. Does this do away with that and allow levels up to 75 decibels at nighttime? Is it going to be based upon nighttime background noises?
Yes, it's always going to be based on the background level at the time of
At the time of
potential violation.
Okay.
So at nighttime, your neighborhood should be a little quieter than it was during the daytime, so that level will also go down.
Shouldn't there be a maximum also for nighttime that's lower than 75 decibels?
The maximum is always based on the background noise, so it doesn't change. In order for it to get to a nighttime level of 70 decibels, that means your background noise would have to be 65 decibels, which we didn't measure a daytime level of 65 decibels anywhere, maybe 1 or 2 spots.
Okay,
So it wouldn't get there.
okay.
Okay, Commissioner Courtney.
Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Thanks for sort of revamping this. I think this version is better than the last version. It's better than what's currently in place. I like the cap at 70 and 75. I looked those up. That's like somewhere between office noise and landscaping equipment if you're inside your house, which is great, even though people complain about that still. I wanted to just comment on the process of what we've done tonight, since that was raised in public comment. I don't like how often we delay legislation. And I think it's great to talk about this right now at the beginning of the term. Legislation is our greatest power. We spend so much time on something like land development. We put that at the front of the meeting, and the legislation is now at the back of the meeting, which is great that it's 9 instead of 11 like it used to be. We're making progress. But I would love to see us avoid delays in exercising our legislative ability. And so I would ask staff, I think the concerns expressed by the Federation of Civics are common and have been heard before about wanting more time to review and wanting more red lines, wanting more analysis available ahead of time. I think it would be great for us as well to have more than Friday to Wednesday. So I challenge staff, is that going to be something that's possible in the future when there's legislative ordinance change? And then I would then also push back on the community. We have 2 debates, advertisement and adoption, and there's at least 30 days between them, which is your opportunity to review these materials. You have that time. It's mandated by the state. So I don't mind that we've postponed tonight. The community's asked for it, we can do it, but I would ask us to be a little more cautious in postponing legislation in the future. So, thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you. Are there other commissioners who wish to comment? President Sinai.
Thanks, Commissioner Grimes. So I have some questions, and then I'll respond to Commissioner.
Remember, he said we're not going to get super technical.
They are not. Yeah. So I'll respond to Commissioner Courtney earlier, which is one of the reasons that it's delayed. I sent for Ernest 10 clarifications, most of which don't belong in the discussion right now, and I'm not going to mention them. They're not appropriate for policy, but they should be cleaned up before these things are on our agenda to move them forward, even just for advertisement. So I think the counterfactual was not that it was going to get voted on tonight. I think the counterfactual is it would just was showing up next month. Okay. So okay. So with that, I guess my I have a few questions. I think one of the things I went back and forth with Chris about this, and I think I just want to raise it for people, is that the code as it is written says, hopefully Chris told you about this, right? So the code as it is written says that the noise, the allowable decibels is based off of the zoning classification of the receiving property. Okay? It is the, hey, if you live in a residentially zoned property, if you live in a single-family house, if your neighbor is a house, they can only emit so much noise. If your neighbor is a commercial area, they can only emit the same amount of noise. Mm-hmm. If you live in a commercial, if you're in a commercially zoned parcel, the code says, no matter who your neighbor is, whether they're a house or a commercial, they can emit more noise, right? So the burden of creating less noise depends on who your neighbor is. That's how the current code is written, right? How this is written is my understanding of how staff has implemented it in practice, which is the amount that you can emit is based off of whether you're a commercial district or a residential district. So commercial districts can emit louder noise, and residential districts have to be quieter. Like, I always loved the old code that said, hey, we think residents have residential areas have a right and expectation to be quieter than something that's commercially zoned. And so it's the impact on the receiving property. We measure this out at the receiving property. And I vividly remember the debate at the time it was passed. Like, that was like one of the real perks of the new code was flipping that around from how it was, right? And so I'll just speak for myself. I hope we don't, I hope the outcome of this is that you enforce it the way it is written and keep it that way, as opposed to flipping the code to how it's been enforced. Because I think it's valuable to protect the residential neighborhoods from noise pollution. I think that's important. So that's the first comment. The question for you, and I think you said this, because I have to admit, I genuinely don't like I know this is motivated off of trying to create a code that's enforceable, right? And the old one really wasn't enforceable, and because you just go and be the background noise of what would be dominant, not the numbers that we had in the code. And I like the fact that this kind of ratchets down the maximum. I think there's lots of good stuff in here, and I like the fact that in the quiet parts of the township, the limits are even more binding. What are the typical noise complaints?
Typical noise complaints are mechanical equipment.
Okay.
Is the majority of our noise complaints. Student housing, parties.
Okay.
That's your
and
basic.
Mechanical equipment is my neighbor's air conditioner is banging, or just the air conditioning is too loud?
Well, like Chris said, when you look at those first couple words of the code where it says irritating or annoying, what irritates some people doesn't irritate other people. So yeah, we get those complaints, and we get people who argue the fact that the wording says, annoyance. This is annoying me. Doesn't matter what the decibel level is. This is annoying me. I want you to make it stop.
Yeah, okay.
So.
Okay. So, but if it's properly functioning mechanical equipment, then those complaints are just it's too bad, right? Your neighbor gets to have an air conditioner.
Right. There are some people who have their equipment very close to property lines. Say you like to enjoy your backyard, their neighbor's equipment's very close. In those cases, they can be over the noise limit, in which we would have to come and then make them, say, put up baffling or something to quiet it down. We've had to do that.
Okay.
And in most cases, people comply without a big fight. But yeah, if it's over the maximum, won't make them do it.
And that'll be 70 decibels.
It'd be 5 decibels over the background noise.
Right. So, but with a maximum of 70 on average.
Okay. 70 would be the absolute max.
Okay.
Which is lower than it was. Correct.
Okay. But there's an exception for the mechanical equipment, right? They get to be 70, right? They're not subject to the background.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So and then I guess the other question is, one of the things that changed relative to the previous version, the old code, is that when you get into the increment over the background noise, when you're in that world where it's the background noise that matters, the old code just said everyone can't be any more than 5 decibels over the background noise. Right? That's what the code was, right?
The old code?
The old code, right? The old code
No.
said.
The old code said that if you were within 5 decibels or at the maximum levels,
right,
you could raise 5 decibels over that.
So if you were, so if you were in excess of the numbers that were in the chart, right? Or sorry, the background level was in excess of the numbers in the chart, right? So you're in the range where we were comparing you to the background level. That's what the old code said. Then in that range, you got 5 decibels over the background level.
Correct.
Okay.
Up to 75.
Up to right, okay. So the new code, I just want to understand the rationale for this. The new code says, okay, if you're a resident, you get 5 decibels over the background. But if you're commercial, you get 10 over the background. And that's like the one place where it's higher in the new code than the old code.
Correct.
And so I'm just trying to understand that. That's like the one thing that's at odds with like everything else that you've done.
The 10 decibels are higher
Yeah,
allowance,
Yeah.
but the maximum noise is lower.
yeah. But Chris said we never get to the maximum.
Very rarely. We've
Yeah.
measured in the maximum. I mean, we've just had a couple of the schools
Yeah.
who put in new HVAC systems who were over the maximum when measured, and they had to put up baffling or.
Okay. But just why not keep everyone at 5 decibels over the background like it was before?
I mean, you asking for my personal opinion?
Yeah, I mean, because you're the one who's enforcing it, right? I
Well,
think it's in the
yes.
motivation.
Personally, I expect businesses to make more noise in a residential property. I mean, take a good example is El Limon that just went in on Rittenhouse.
Yeah,
The back of El Limon, the new El Limon, is only 10 feet off the property line.
Uh-huh.
We got, during the construction, we got, not complaints, but concerns from the neighbor behind. They like to sit in their backyard. They had a big giant fan sitting right there, 10 feet off the property line. And first of all, I think you have to, I hate to say this, but when you buy a house next to a commercial property, I mean, there's a reason they're not as expensive as houses in Gladwin that have no commercial. So the expectation is there that commercial is going to be louder, it's using bigger equipment. It has more required equipment. The hoods over the stoves and things like that are bigger, louder, more powerful. But that El Limon, for instance, we tested that. We talked to the contractors and said, hey, listen, this is going to be an issue. You're probably not going to meet our code. You know, we tested it. He was way over. We convinced him to take it through the roof and up, and he's 5 decibels under now.
okay.
So, you know, the reason I have 10 is because I don't think reasonably commercial properties can be 5 levels over at all times.
Okay, so the policy question for the board then will be, you know, as a board, are we going to say to property owners, hey, if you own a property near commercial, you should expect more noise? Or do we say to commercial property owners, if your commercial property abuts residences, you're going to have to mitigate your noise more, right? Which could be the other thing that this board could say as a policy measure.
I
That would
agree
be
with
the
you.
decision we'd have to make.
I agree, that is the
Okay.
question.
Okay.
The only thing I would ask you to consider
Yeah,
is when you're lowering that noise, is it going to be enforceable? Or is every business going to be over that maximum number?
right,
And we have no way to enforce it?
I see. And
That's
the-
my concern from my standpoint.
Yeah, no, fair enough. And the old code is, was at 5. And that's helpful. I think those are basically, I should stop with my questions now. I think I hit on, the policy issues are with that. So thanks a lot. I appreciate it. No, thanks, Commissioner.
Sure. Okay, anyone else before we go to public comment? Okay, seeing none. We'll now take public comment on this. As I had stated for the previous public comment, we generally ask you to limit your comments to about 3 minutes. So, whoever wants to be first.
Hi, Doug Fries again, this time for both the Ardwood Civic Association and Ardmore Progressive. There is a growing body of research on negative effects of chronic background noise on human health. In Ardmore, where many residential neighbors abut commercial use areas, the proposed increase of maximum decibels is concerning. The Ardmore residential community is largely unaware of this proposed ordinance amendment or the ramifications. We request that this be postponed 3 months to give the civic associations, their members, and the community time to learn and understand the code, enforcement, and engage in a public education process. We've also sent this to you guys via email. It has a number of different questions. Happy to send it out if anybody receives it. Separately, I live in Ardmore, and my house abuts a commercial area. I've also rented here in 2 different locations, and it can get very, very loud. We rented above a nail salon, which was very quiet, obviously, at night, and then a restaurant that was very, very loud at night. I mean, I borrowed the decibel reader from President Sinai because I wanted to get some objective understanding of what noise is. I stood in front of a 200-person marching band for 3 years, so my sound tolerance is probably a bit different, but using the decibel reader, I was able to get 65, 70 decibels in my side yard. I'd go up to Lancaster and Church, and I'd get 70. I think this is something that more people should be considering, and we should have a little bit more time to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, Shelby Sparrow from Penwyn. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Federation of Civics. I just first want to say thank you for the motion to postpone the authorization to advertise for a month to give the public and civics some time to understand and digest this information, really process it and come forward with their questions and concerns. I do want to say, I think that in terms of the process, part of why there's a feeling of wanting this time before the advertising period is because there is a real reluctance, I guess is the word I'll use, to make any significant changes once that advertising period has begun. And so there's, you're sort of this, we got the information on Friday in the draft form, which I want to come back and address that as well, but that came out on Friday, and then, on tonight's agenda, and there's this feeling that there's a handful of days. A civic cannot function in that short amount of time in any real fashion. And there's this urgency to get your concerns out there before the advertising period. And so I just want to make sure that that is clearly understood. Everybody understands that 30 days is technically there, but in practice, it really doesn't feel like it is. And so I think that's where this urgency came from. I also have heard several of you have mentioned, I think if a redlined version, a full comprehensive redlined version, for this and the ordinance proposals coming forward, I think it's really necessary to have a red line version. I think it's nearly impossible to read just the edits, even when you have the old one beside it. It creates confusion. I think it will streamline conversations, prevent some confusions and misunderstandings. And as I was sitting here tonight listening to the presentation and your discussion, it makes me wonder, this was helpful in terms of having this before the night of advertising. This is recorded. It can be distributed over the next 30 days along with, hopefully, a red line version. I think that will really help inform the public and the civics have much more productive conversations. And I think in the end, it will streamline the whole process if you sort of front load the information, get it out there properly with just enough time. I'm not saying to postpone things and prolong them, but I think that with adequate information and a fair amount of time, at least 30 days, which is one cycle of civic business meetings, give everyone a chance to talk with their commissioners and come up with their list of questions or suggestions. I think that would actually expedite the whole process and help it go more smoothly as well. I think that's all I have to say tonight. But thank you all for listening and for all your help with all of this.
Thank you.
Hello, Barbara Silk from Marion. I have questions regarding the enforcement issue. And under the old code, I had the opportunity, reluctantly, to call the police about noise, what I thought were noise violations. And the police they didn't know what to do. They didn't have the meters to read, and they didn't know what the decibels were. It was just like a whole mystery thing. So I think that it needs to be very clear who do you call, who's going to have the meters, what happens, what are the, as Shelby was saying, what is the process going to be? I think that is kind of unclear. If you do have a noise violation that you think is a violation, what is the process that somebody would go through? I don't think all the police will have them. I don't know, is there going to be just a sound person that you will call like 24 hours a day? I don't know how that's going to work. And under the exemptions where it's concerts and whatever the exemptions are there's no level that they could go beyond that is a violation? That's a question that I have, since I live near an organization that holds multiple events that are quite loud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Leanne Smith from Bryn Mawr. I joined Barbara's questions about the exemptions. It was unclear to me in looking at the draft under section 4, it starts out with A and then number 1, and then it jumps to number 5, 7, 10, 11, 12. It was unclear to me if the existing exemptions that were in the draft will continue. They do? Okay. So then I would just like to speak briefly to the new exemption for the residential mechanical equipment and the commercial mechanical equipment, because are there hours of operations that this exemption would apply to, or are you saying it's 24/7? Because if it's 24/7, I think that's a real concern. 70 is much too high for nighttime hours in a residential neighborhood. This exemption also doesn't identify anything other than residential and commercial, and as we all know, there are other institutions in the neighborhoods. Again, 70 is much too high for a residential neighborhood for a nighttime limit. The World Health Organization has identified 50 as what is desirable for nighttime. And some of us do like to sleep with our windows open if it's possible. So I think that particular exception during the nighttime hours, whether it's coming from residential, commercial, institutional, really does need to be looked at. I don't think that would bode well for the township if you allowed 70 during the nighttime hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Carla Marime from Marion. I have several questions and so on. One is, this has to do with enforcement, a comment, and I did hear the point made about getting noise meters in our in our police vehicles. That I don't think you said that exactly. I want to say this issue about enforcement of our Lower Merion Code, the noise ordinance, has been on some of our radar and table since at least 2010. We had a meeting, some neighbors from Marion with our commissioner and so on, asking for, because there was only one noise meter in our township. It was in Bob Duncan's. He was the assistant township, he was the director of building planning at the time. Only one, and it was in his office. That was our first-class township's availability for enforcement of the noise ordinance. We asked the superintendent of police during this meeting we had with Bob and the superintendent to equip our squad cars with noise meters so that the existing ordinance could be enforced easily at night and day, because Bob's office was locked at night. Okay, so here we are, 13 years later, and I'm concerned that we're not any closer to having a system by which a good noise ordinance could be enforced. So that's thing one. Thing two, I just wanted to follow up on a point that was made by the president of the Federation in response to Commissioner Courtney. I mean, there's been some citizens who've been involved in these important issues for a long time. We have learned that once y'all vote to advertise with intent to adopt, it gets quite baked in. It is somehow in the process and in the deciders and our township staff's mind. We've maintained the hope for that 30 days. Come here, and time after time, nothing. It was as written when the vote was taken. Thirdly, I want to ask, and I understand someone will reply later, where did the idea come from to look for objective mathematical standards for this ordinance? First of all, decibel increases, I guess everybody knows. The increase, the numbers are not like additive, they're logarithmic. The difference between 52 decibels, which is like acceptable, the WHO for residential neighborhoods, compared to 20, is dramatically different, and including the subjective impact on human beings. Our perception of being annoyed, of nuisance, unconscious reactions of our body, stress hormones, and medical effects that we are not aware of. Okay, so I think this idea of, I want to know where this idea of objective, and it's all mathematical, came from. And that relates to, I hope I can have a couple more minutes, that relates to the point that Chris was emphasizing, and in section 1 of the revision. Well, excessive noise is tied in the proposed new amendments to an objective, quantifiable measurement rather than previous subjective interpretations that excessive noise resulted in annoyance, inconvenience, or detriment to the public. Perceived impacts on human beings of noise are the issue, and the detrimental effects on our ability to work at home, to focus our attention, to focus our brain on work that we're trying to accomplish, many other things. I won't go on. I mean, this is not new news. This is baseline news. So subjective is a valid perspective. So
if you could wrap it, if you could sum it up, please.
Okay, thank you.
you.
The last thing I just want to say, and I hope, is a direction, like Commissioner Sinai talked about policy. I can send this to all of you if any of you haven't seen it. It's the principles of the Morristown, New Jersey noise ordinance. I hope you'll allow me just to read them.
Well, ma'am, if you don't mind summing it up, please.
Okay. So the Morristown, New Jersey decided to say, whereas excessive sound is a serious hazard to the public health, safety, and the quality of life, and whereas a substantial body of science and technology exists by which excessive sound may be substantially abated, whereas the people have a right to and should be ensured of an environment free from excessive sound, now therefore, it is the policy of the town of Morristown to prevent excessive sound that may jeopardize the health, welfare, or safety of the citizens or degrade quality of life. I would like you all to consider taking that as your starting point to what you want to achieve with the noise ordinance, the health, safety, and welfare of the citizenry. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else for public comment?
Hi, I'm Betsy Kremer. I live in South Ardmore. I just want to start with saying I agree with the general consensus that more time is needed to understand the proposed modifications to the noise ordinance, as well as to not only refine, but hopefully redefine some of the key components that are listed herein. There's a few really basic items that I would like to better understand, and I would hope that staff could clarify them for us as we move forward in this process. Firstly, we're talking a lot about the background noise levels. I still don't understand how we are to measure a background noise level when there is a constant source of noise, right? Such as a party, or the ice cream truck, or your neighbors playing music, or whatever the case may be. How am I to expect the police or building and planning to measure a background level without my neighbor's compliance to turn off their mechanical unit, or whatever the case may be? That is not something that can adequately be measured in order for us to then determine if there is something that is not in compliance. So secondly, then, kind of piggybacking on that, one of the proposed modifications lists that mechanical equipment, be it residential or commercial, that is operating normally is exempt. And my question then would be, what is the definition of normal? Who defines that? Who tests that? Who confirms that that's the case? Who is responsible for defining that? I'm an architect, and so in codes, there is always a definition for something. There is something that you can reference that someone is responsible for. It is not subjective. And so this definition of normalcy seems to me very vague and subjective. So I would love for that to be defined in order for then those units to potentially be exempt. Thirdly, what is the definition of life safety? There is a list, not all-inclusive, in the proposed modifications that lists some life safety items. However, it explicitly says that it is not all-inclusive. It does not list all of them. I would love to see a comprehensive list, and that if new technology comes about, we can update that list, but again, it leaves some room for subjectivity and some holes, in my opinion. Those life safety items are exempt, again, if they are on a CO sensor or CO detector. I would love to see an allowance for, again, testing and definition of if that CO sensor is operating, if it's operating properly, if it's been overridden. There are a variety of instances in which a unit or a life safety element, a system, could be hooked up to a sensor and still not be operating properly, and therefore should not be exempt from the code. I have both personal in this township and professional experience as an architect with faulty sensors, overridden sensors, and so I would love for some sort of acknowledgement of that potential in this code. Lastly, I understand, as the previous speaker had mentioned, that we cannot, we need something to measure against, right? So we can't have a subjective code as the old one was. We need something for the police or our staff to go out. We need a measurable unit of measurement. So subjectivity really isn't an option, and I understand why the driving factor is to modify that, to give us an enforceable code at the end of the day. However, to some points that have already been made tonight, this is a true health issue that I think we all understand intuitively, but it's only something that is being really studied in greater detail recently. If you'll allow me, the New York Times published an article in June of this past year, in 2023, which in part reads, quote, "With every 10 decibel increase, the sense of loudness to the ear generally doubles. And that means regular exposure to even a few more decibels of noise above moderate levels can trigger reactions that are harmful to health." According to the WHO, average road traffic noise above 53 decibels or aircraft noise above 45 decibels are associated with adverse health effects. Nearly 1/3 of the U.S. population lives in areas exposed to noise levels of at least 45 decibels, according to a preliminary analysis. So pausing there, per the previous presentation by township staff, all 5 of the test areas in Lower Merion are currently above that threshold that the WHO has identified. So I'm not quite sure why we'd be looking to further exacerbate the situation and allow us to go 5 or 10 decibels above that, which we've just learned is in commercial areas doubling the effect of the noise at 10 decibels more. The New York Times article then goes on to say that, quote, mounting research suggests that the relationship between noise levels and disease is eerily consistent. A study following more than 4 million people for more than a decade found that starting at just 35 decibels, the risk of dying from cardiovascular disease increased by 2.9% for every 10 decibel increase in exposure. The increase in risk of dying from a heart attack was even more pronounced. Also starting at just 35 decibels, it increased by 4.3% for every 10 decibel increase in road traffic noise.
Ma'am, if you could wrap it up, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm done. I was just going to say, bearing in mind, I just ask that you take this into consideration, ask for some further definitions, some further measurements against which we can enforce this code, and I thank you for the consideration that you've given it.
Thank you.
Hi guys, Dave Kremer again from Ardmore. I'll try to make this quick, but I do have a handout, and there's a lot of you, so I don't have enough. So I apologize for that. I can email it if you're curious. So this is a quality of life issue that touches upon every resident of this township. Like other pollution-related regulations, I believe that the amount of permitted noise in this township is not something to be taken lightly. It directly affects physical health, mental health, sleep quality, and property values. For what it's worth, the WHO and EPA both released guidance for local noise ordinances, hence their packet. And I also have looked at surrounding township noise ordinances to see how Lower Merion fares. It may surprise you, Lower Merion's proposed ordinance is significantly less restrictive than all of our surrounding townships. Philadelphia, Radnor, Haverford are the ones that I looked at. I can look at more. I have free time at night. And also, I oppose the following edits specifically. So not having a daytime and nighttime maximum levels, 70 decibels at night is just extraordinary for a mechanical unit to be running. I have first-hand experience with a mechanical unit behind my house running at 83 decibels. The township found that that was in compliance, by the way. Also, I don't approve or I don't support allowing commercial uses to be 2 times louder than their surroundings, regardless of the receiving property or zoning. So I want to ask, why do we feel it's necessary to permit sound that's twice as loud as the background noise by right at any time from commercial uses onto any other property? This includes residentially zoned property that is being used for a commercial purpose as the code is currently written or being proposed. Is it not better to encourage renters, developers, and property owners to consider their neighbors when installing mechanical equipment or when building a structure? I'm thinking about the future and how an enforceable noise ordinance can actually shape our built environment that'll be there permanently, not just existing air conditioners. Also, it's 2024, guys. We can cost effectively design ways to reduce noise from all types of equipment and sources, regardless of purpose. The resident that abutted up to, I think, Simpson Ave is a prime example of that. Just change where the exhaust goes. Go through the roof. It's a little bit more expensive up front, which is why people don't like to do it, but if we have a clearly enforceable code, great. That's a huge success, so thank you for doing that. Also, I don't like the exception that life safety and mechanical equipment equipped with a CO sensor can operate at any noise at any time, only because of my personal experience. There's a mechanical unit at 1 Ardmore behind my house that's hooked up to a CO sensor. It's supposed to run in emergencies when there's too much CO in the downstairs level. However, it was running constantly for 3 weeks. And we contacted the township. My wife
corresponded with the township, and at one point they said it's hooked up to a CO sensor, it's incompliant, this matter is closed. Even though it's running constantly, there's just no thought into it. So that is why I'm worried about this particular provision, because I know in real life it doesn't necessarily run as smoothly as it looks on paper. Also, to reiterate, who defines life safety? Is it based on the NFPA 101 Life Safety Code, which created that term? It doesn't say in here. If it is, please put it in. I would appreciate that. And then I also don't like removal of the phrase, thereby causing annoyance, inconvenience, or detriment to the public or any other person or persons. Why is noise pollution onto public sidewalks, public streets, and public spaces not restricted in any way? The township, as it currently enforces the code, only enforces it on receiving property owners' property, not public rights of way. I could eject as much noise as I wish onto a sidewalk, blasting passers-by with loud music, but if it decreases enough by the time it gets to another landowner's property, it's in compliance. So I think that we should bake in here something for protecting public spaces. And my interpretation of that, thereby causing annoyance, inconvenience, or detriment to the public or to any other person or persons, broadens the scope beyond just landowning property owners to Lower Merion public. Also, I just want to bring up the mechanical units screened on a roof can produce 75 decibels at the ground, measured at someone's property, because that's where measurements are taken. So if it's producing 75 decibels at the ground, imagine how extraordinarily loud it must be on the roof when it's already screened. That just seems like that's just, I don't know, I get a bad feeling from that one. So in conclusion, I ask that you consider this noise ordinance overhaul with care and consideration. I ask that you question why these specific changes are necessary, who benefits, and how these changes fit with the vision you have for Lower Merion's future. I also ask you to read Radnor's noise ordinance, because I feel like that is very illuminating. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anybody online?
We do have 2 people online. I have Adrian Seltzer, I'm going to promote her to a panelist, and then Brandy DeRosa.
At a further time, but I wanted to give the public some perspective, because when you're talking numbers, a lot of people just glaze over. An electric leaf blower is somewhere around 60 to 70 decibels. A gas or air compressor leaf blower can be up towards 100 decibels. So this will give, I think, more people an idea, because it's something they can look at. And the gentleman before who said about traffic running at 50 decibels, that'll also give people an idea of what we're talking about. And I do agree that this stuff should come out to the public sooner to give us more of a chance. I know you guys all have jobs too, but, and I appreciate what Ray said, the Commissioner Courtney. So I just think there's a better way to do this that'll make more people happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seltzer. Okay, Ms. DeRosa, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Brandy DeRosa. I live in Ardmore. I was actually in person earlier, but had to leave. So thanks for the opportunity to speak virtually. I'll be brief. It's late, but I felt compelled just to comment on one small area, which is that, as everyone's mentioned, this is a health issue, a public health issue, and I'd really encourage the commissioners and all involved to think about the fact that it's a health equity issue, and that whether you're rich or poor or how much your house costs, shouldn't impact your ability to live in a healthy environment within Lower Merion. So that all of our people that live here feel like whether they choose or not choose or circumstance leads them to live near a business, that they can get the same sleep as other people. These are basic kind of rights and needs. I also think that we really, I think as a township, trying to move towards sustainability, trying to encourage people to walk and not, and use bikes and take public transportation and live near more the core. So that I don't think that the answer of simply saying, well, live in more rural environments if you want it to be a healthy level of noise is a kind of fair and just way of thinking about this issue. And I would just encourage everyone to kind of keep that in mind as we're talking about the sort of more micro issues that are coming up. That's all.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, so I don't know if Ernest, if you or Chris had any response to any of the comments before. And
I don't want to respond to everything, but I do want to respond to the comment about protection of public places. That is not covered by this ordinance because it is covered by the Peace and Good Order Penal Code, which is a police matter, and they don't have the same requirements of noise. There doesn't have to be a level of noise. It just has to be a disruption of the peace. So if someone's blasting their music and you're walking down the sidewalk and you think it's a disruption of your peace and good order, then you can call the police and the police can handle that and write them a ticket. Other than that, I just want to remind everyone that, well, I've read a lot. I'm not an expert by any means. Before I started this, I knew very little about sound, but over the last year, I read a lot. Found a lot of information that conflicted with each other from different organizations on the healthy level of sound. I've come to the conclusion from my reading that 75 and below is considered healthy. And that came from a common decibel level chart from the state. That's why we kept it at 75. So we didn't raise any level. It's always been 75. We actually lowered the average to 70. Chris used a great word, spikes are what become 75. As far as the life safety. So life safety issues are crossover. You'll get some of those that also are warning devices, which include sirens and alarms. But life safety issues in this case, as Mrs. Kramer said, Dr. Kramer, I'm sorry, said, said, in this particular case, the life safety issue there is not an alarm. It's not a warning device, so we had to create a category for it. Because there are instances, say when Ardmore Music Hall lets out and everyone's parked in that garage, they all start their cars up at the same time, and now there's a huge amount of carbon dioxide in there. There are fans that come on. I do believe at that time that we did measurements and we just didn't find that it was over the limit at the property line. Now at the right away it was, or behind the building it was, but you know, you're gonna have instances like that where life safety matters and it should be for a limited amount of time. They're correct, it shouldn't be running all the time. The person who will decide if it is operating properly, we have a mechanical inspector and that's his specialty. If he cannot decide, we have asked, in that case, we did ask for a mechanical engineer to come in and look at their system and see if it's working properly, and that would be how we handle it. The other thing is enforcement. So yeah, there have been, and I agree, there have been enforcement issues, especially with the police going out, being called out without the proper equipment. As I said, we are working with the police. We gave them information on some of the better noise levels to meters to order. They had said they were going to order 2 and keep 1 on each shift, so I'm assuming they are going to have a person respond. We are also available, not for you to call, but if the police need us, we are available for call-outs if it's something that's that outrageous. So during business hours, you can call our department, call building and planning, ask to speak to the code enforcement officer. After business hours, you should call the police. If they can't get a meter there, they should call us out. I mean, we do have call-out people who go out at night. I was out at night 4 times last week alone doing noise measurements for, what's the Pico substation on Lancaster Avenue. So we come out at night. Everything else, I think, we'll just handle with our changes. There are some good comments, and we'll take them into consideration.
Okay.
If I may, Ernest, you should be clear. The police for years have had noise meters. They're considering buying the better noise meters that are available today. But ever since this board converted the noise ordinance to one with various decibel levels, police department has had noise meters. They don't, not all 136 police officers have one, but each patrol sector, the supervisors have had them for years.
Commissioner Grimes, if I can add something else for consideration. Noise ordinances are generally structured either with subjective or objective standards. One risk with adding the objective standard in is that the ultimate decider of whether or not the noise at that point is excessive is going to be the district justice. And so the noise could be occurring in this room. We could all agree that it's annoyance, it's excessive, and that's why it's helpful to think all of this in the context of enforcement. Because again, you're putting a lot of that responsibility on the district justice to ultimately make that determination.
Okay, thank you. So, before we move on, I am limiting comments, because we have another agenda item tonight, to response to public comment. So I would request commissioners to confine your comments to response to public comment, remembering that we're not even voting to advertise this tonight. So, President Sinai.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Grimes, and I'll be brief. I did want to respond to public comment, and I appreciate all the comments about that noise pollution is pollution, all right, and it does have real impacts, it has health impacts. But I want to make something clear, because I think it took me like 3 days to figure out. The proposed ordinance, like almost everywhere, reduces noise, allowable noise, relative to the old ordinance. Right? Ernest said this, he did not say it emphatically enough. Right? There's a table of allowable noise in the old ordinance that gives you permission to exceed the background noise by a lot. That table is gone. Now it's just the background noise, right? So like everywhere it's reducing it. It's no longer 75 average maximum decibels. It's now 70, right? So all those places except the small couple places that I think we identified in our discussion, right, are places where the amount of allowable noise has gone down. So I think directionally this is a really good thing. I think we have further debate to do on like how much that decrement could be and how much is enforceable. But like I commend staff for bringing this forward. I think this is the direction that we like to see it go. And I thank you. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you, Commissioner Grimes.
Thank you. Commissioner Kramer.
I just wanted to thank Leanne Smith for pointing out that their 70 decibels is too high to have for nighttime, and there has to be some differentiation between daytime and nighttime. And in that regard, I am very concerned that this residential mechanical equipment exception will swallow the rule, because this is going to allow 70 decibels for most of the types of problems that we encounter. And I really think that has to be rethought.
Okay, Vice President Kramer.
Thank you. It was alarming to me to hear that our noise levels that are acceptable are higher than those in Philly and Ardmore. I mean in Radnor. And if I would just ask that staff, if you haven't already, to benchmark the levels that you're looking at and make sure that they are, not only lower than what they used to be here, but that they match that of our surrounding townships. I think that's reasonable. And the other thing that I want to point out too, I wanted to thank Ms. Sparrow and say that I do think that a red line version to be distributed well in advance of the next discussion would be really helpful.
Okay, good. Any other response to public comment? Seeing none. Okay, so to sum this up, this will reappear for a motion to advertise on next month's building and planning agenda. And anyone in the public and certainly commissioners are welcome to continue providing input and feedback to staff. And in the case of public, to your commissioners as well, for consideration before we come back and deal with this next month. And also anyone who offered public comments, welcome to come back and offer, hopefully not exactly the same comment, but additional comment next month. So moving on to the next item on the agenda, the authorization to advertise the proposed ordinance for minor zoning amendments. I am going to offer a motion to postpone similar to the last item. The reason being that as this was given out in the same time frame as the last one, and I and other commissioners had raised issues, particularly with respect to the electric vehicle charging station item, the zoning administration item, and the daycare as a regulated use. We also received requests from community groups and some members of the public for more time to consider. So with that, well, I haven't made the motion yet, but thank you. We've been doing this long enough. You've anticipated.
You said I'm making the motion.
That's scary, Commissioners. I love you anticipating me. So I will move to postpone this this motion to advertise to next month's session of the Building and Planning Committee. Thank you for the second. We will take a vote on the motion. All those in favor, raise your hand.
Comment first,
What?
if you may. A quick comment first. I understand your game plan is to duplicate what we just did
Yes.
with noise. And at 10:15, I'm wondering if there is utility in not saying, look, if we're going to do this at another time, that we actually do it at another time as opposed to 10:15.
Well,
And
let's do this, because the motion will be to table, which I think to postpone, which we can do. I'm certainly happy to, subject to, to opposing points of view, I'm happy to informally put it out there for a sense of the board as to whether we would like to discuss this. But having said that, I also, even if we don't, since there could be some members of the public who have come here for that purpose, that I'd like to offer them an opportunity, even if we don't discuss it.
well,
So, okay, so let's vote on the.
Plan B would be fair enough, since if they've been waiting here for 10:15
Right.
to speak, let them speak, but
Right, I understand.
I think you get the point.
Well,
All
let's
right.
take, yes, let's
good.
take a vote on the motion to postpone. All those in favor, raise your hand signifying aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'm shocked. Passed unanimously. Now, informal sense would, I'm going to do this with the glass half empty. Commissioners who would prefer not to hear a staff presentation tonight and not to have commissioner general questions and comments to staff tonight, if you are not in favor of doing that, please raise your hand.
Well, you confused me.
I'm saying, let me put this differently.
I think you made my-
If you want us to skip it, except for the public comment, raise
Yeah,
your
there
hand
you go.
now.
There you go.
Okay, sorry. I'm a lawyer. Any opposed? Okay, so we are skipping that.
Good, that's legal.
Having said that, I am going to assume that anyone who's here to offer public comment on this has already taken a look at what's on the agenda. So you're welcome to, if anyone wants to offer public comment on this now. Seeing people get up before we take this, I would, let me just skip this, because I thought you were getting up to make a comment. Does anyone want to make public comment on this? Is there anyone online for public comment?
No one has
So you're
raised their
spared my speech on that. So, With that, that concludes the business of building and planning tonight, and although I couldn't finish this in the time that Commissioner Rossman did for his agenda item, I thank everyone for their indulgence.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Grimes. None of us have been as fast as Commissioner Rossman, but we have one more opportunity to meet that hurdle because we have one more committee, and that is the Open Space and Township Property Committee. And I call on as Chair Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you very much. Before I begin this authorization or recommendation, do I have to read the whole text?
Sure.
Okay. For those that are listening, I apologize. This is going to be longer than the Gettysburg Address. I would like first to make the recommendation, and hopefully I'll get a second. Consider for recommendation to the Board of Commissioners authorizing easement time extensions in the Ardmore Transit Center project, Ardmore train station, omnibus agreement between SEPTA and the township, as well as extensions/revisions in the private property temporary and permanent agreements as follows. Omnibus agreement, SEPTA and Lower Merion Township. A, Ardmore West Low Platform Temporary Easement extended to November 18th, 2024. B, Ardmore West Low Platform Temporary Access Easement extended to November 18th, 2024. C, Stormwater Basin Temporary Easement extended to May 22nd, 2024. Foundations Temporary Easement extended to May 22nd, 2024. Ardmore East Platform Temporary Easement extended to June 23rd, 2024. Ardmore East Platform Temporary Access Easement extended to September 4th, 2024. All phase full duration temporary access easement extended to March 23rd, 2025. And private property easements. A, Foo 45 East Lancaster Avenue permanent easement revision. B, Foo 45 East Lancaster Avenue temporary easement revision. C, In Realty Inc. 47 East Lancaster Avenue permanent easement new. D, Leon Realty Inc. 47 East Lancaster Avenue temporary easement new. Do I have a second? Thank you, Commissioner Grimes. Who would like to explain this?
I will, Commissioner. As we all know, the Ardmore train station project's taking somewhat forever. This will be the third time we've had to extend easement agreements with SEPTA. The project is being built partially on township property, partially on SEPTA property, and then it affects multiple properties along Lancaster Avenue that back up to the SEPTA parcel and the township's parcel. So as we approved the project initially, we approved all these permanent and temporary construction easements for the project. As we've gone along, as I said, this will be the third time we've had to extend those easements because they all have had expiration dates. In addition, this time around, it's taken so long that some of the properties have changed hands along Lancaster Avenue. So now instead of two property owners along Lancaster Avenue with temporary and permanent easements, there's a third, that is the Liam. So that's why and those are three-party agreements with the township, the property owner, and SEPTA, because they adjoin our lots as well. So anyway, that's what we're doing here tonight. We're simply giving SEPTA more time. Some of these easements have already expired. I pointed that out to them in August, and it took a while for them to get around to getting the documents in order and getting the request in. Some are just about expiring, but as you can see, they all have different dates. they all pertain to a different piece of the project. That's why there's different Ardmore West, Ardmore East, and that type of thing. We're hoping the project reaches some kind of conclusion. We still don't have a firm date from SEPTA. That's not one apparently they can give, but some of these dates are coming up still in 2024. We hope to have we hope to at least have our parking lot, our police parking lot back, restored and back to us perhaps as early as late spring.
Commissioner comment? Yes.
Well, you may have just, thank you, you may have just answered the question, but yes, some of these expire in 3 months. Do we have, are we just going to be back here on most of these again? And I understand these are SEPTA probably impose these new deadlines.
Yeah, these are SEPTA's requests. Will I guarantee you we won't be back here doing this again in May? No.
I was going to say Commissioner Churchill can start reading his motion again now. Thank you.
It'll take until May. Commissioner Bernhardt.
Ernie, we had SEPTA come here and do a dog and pony show for us and explain what they were doing and when they were doing it and their timetable, because you recall, or some people may not, that, this project is, dovetailed to, another project that we had with One Ardmore and the things that we had to do here. We've done our part through this entire process, from going back, you and I going out to Harrisburg, on this, years ago. And this has been delay. And I know that SEPTA's had some change in some of their management people who showed up here before, who are no longer there. I don't know if we've had any contact with them to try to see if we can coerce some timetables without mentioning names. I know a couple of folks there myself that, if need be, but I don't want to, run any interference, but this really is, taking quite a bit of time even by SEPTA standards. Any thoughts or suggestions there?
I've gone exactly to the person that you're probably referencing, and she is unable to give an actual completion date either.
Right.
SEPTA does not get along with their contractor and has done nothing over years now but fight with their contractor who's actually building the train station. These are their best estimates now of when these phases will be done, and the ones you see in 24 kind of lead you to our being able, in May of 24, kind of lead you to believe that at least the parking lot will be restored. The underground stormwater system that will be underneath our parking lot will be restored. We'll have free access to our police sally port again without all that fencing. You can see that the rest of it kind of plays out to late 24 and some of them into early 25. And that is now their best estimate of when they're going to be done. Certainly we could reach out, but I don't think we're getting anything more definitive than that.
All right. Well, I thought I would whine just a little bit as the evening comes to an end.
Any other commissioner comments?
I've asked Leslie.
Seeing none, is there any public comments? Seeing none. Jody, is there anyone online?
No, no one has.
Thank you. We can go for the vote. All those in favor of this authorization of extending revisions of temporary and permanent easements related to the Ardmore Transit Center project, raise your hand and please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none. Any abstentions? Seeing none. This authorization passes unanimously, and that concludes the business of the open space and township property.
Hey, thank you, Commissioner Churchill. That concludes our business for this evening. Have a good evening, everyone.